Chapter 256. Without waiting for Pei Yaoqing to ask, Li Yi continued. Starting from Qing Ming, then Guyu, Li Xia, and Young Man, I want all the tea plantations and wild teas around the capital office. I want as much as I can. This time, not only will there be a shortage of manpower, even the people who have finished producing large amounts of mud will have work to do. 5,000 people, no problem. Li Yi remembered that his tea was not good. He picked it late and did not make it in time for last year's Qingming and Yuqian. The earlier the tea was, the more tender it was, and the stronger the taste of green tea would be. Nowadays, people pick tea leaves to cook, but not many people eat it. If it is not handled well, the tea leaves will be bitter. Almost every household in Chang and has tea leaves, and it is not necessary to buy them. There are wild teas outside. Pick them and let them ferment naturally. Roll them up, dry them, and boil them when drinking. Rich people will naturally eat tea with better fermentation techniques. The green tea that Li Yi wants is equally complicated, and the farmers need more people to learn. Pei Yaoqing was stunned. He took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. Brother Yi, there are more than 5,000 people. There are many places with tea. Take out the recipe. Pei Yaoqing stopped and squeezed out an awkward smile at Li Yi. Li Yi wanted to send him off with tea, but he knew that Pei Yaoqing did not understand this rule. Brother Yi, the tea made with this method cannot be sold at an expensive price. I can't afford it. Pei Yaoqing quickly turned back. Brother Pei, why do you need to buy tea? Come to me. I will ask someone to send it to you. Li Yi was generous. This year, the imperial court will give me a promotion. I don't want to be promoted. I want to stay here for 2 years, at least 1 year. Brother Yi, you know Gao Lisher, tell him. Pei Yaoqing mentioned another matter. He wanted to stay here and not be promoted. You don't want to be a higher official? Li Yi asked. I can't let go of the people. It is not easy to have good things to look forward to. Once I leave, I can't control what the new county magistrate does. Pei Yaoqing nodded and expressed his worries. Li Yi nodded. At this moment, he found Pei Yaoqing pleasing to the eye. Not many officials could decide whether they could be promoted or not. All right, when General Gao comes to pick up the things next time, I will tell him. Li Yi agreed. Then he said, Since that's the case, little brother, think about it some more. There are always new types of jobs. We can't do anything if it's too far away, but it's still possible to add more labor-intensive industries to the nearby Chang. Pei Yaoqing stood up and bowed deeply. On behalf of the people of Chang, and I thank Li Dongzhu. Brother Pei, you don't have to do this. Li Yi hurriedly stood up to return the greeting. This was troublesome. Pei Yaoqing was very excited. He poured more hot water and drank 3 cups of tea in a row. When the tea was tasteless, he went out to see Zhuangzi with a stomach full of water. Look, the tea leaves were picked late. After 3 soaks, they'll lose their flavor. This year, we can sell tea leaves for a lot of money. Finally, we have a simple way to make money. Li Yi happily muttered to himself. In the entire Tang dynasty, he was the only one who knew how to make tea, and he did not intend to spread it out immediately. When he went out, he went to find Song De personally. Song De was busier than him, and he might not be at any place. Along the way, he asked people and saw Song De at the place where the large sky cracker monkeys were made. The sky cracker monkeys were being trimmed and tested again. They did not connect the fuse to the explosives at the front first. The charge was adjusted accordingly. After each launch, the flying distance and stability, including the launch angle and landing point, were checked. This was a huge project, and the craftsmen were very willing to do it. There's no hurry. Li Yi stood next to Songda and said, There's a hurry. Songda retorted, Dongzhu, there are too many good things in Zhuangzi, and there are also many that need to be kept secret. In case there are strong people who come to rob, there must be a way to deal with them. The craftsmen next to him nodded vigorously to show that they agreed. Yes, we are afraid. How can there be strong people in Chang'an? Unless the imperial court wants to rob, how can a few or a dozen people defeat Zhuangzi's guards? Li Yi did not believe that. If a few hundred horse bandits appeared around Chang, and Li Longji would go crazy. I'm just afraid that some king from the imperial court will come to rob without his majesty's knowledge. Let's beat them first. Songde threw out the rebellious words, which meant that as long as it was not his majesty's order, they would beat anyone who came. Good, very good. Li Yi patted his steward's shoulder and praised him. Then he got down to business. 2 days before the Qingming festival, many people will pick tea leaves and send them here. Ask the farmers to learn how to fry tea. In addition, prepare the bamboo tubes to hold the tea leaves in advance. This year, Zhuangzi's main product is tea leaves. They are divided into different grades and sold at different prices. The cheapest one tael of tea leaves is sold for 3 coins. Li Yi told him the arrangement. This was the real deal. It was much better to buy soap. When he heard that there was something good to make money, Songde immediately beamed with joy. Dongzhu, 3 coins is too low. Wrap it in paper and break the foam. Tea leaves are divided into different grades. Li Yi explained. The broken foam wrapped in paper was 3 coins per tael, which was 48 coins per caddy. When he thought of the high tea leaves, which were 48 coins per caddy, Li Yi hesitated. 1 coin per tael of foam, which is 16 coins per caddy. His Gaoshan tea was not the best tea leaves, and the foam left behind was the worst. So he changed his words again. Broken foam is also divided into different grades. 5th grade foam is slightly cheaper. A bag of half a caddy, which is 5 coins. Dongzhu, only 5 grades? Songde felt that it was too little. What grade is this Dongzhu? How far does it take to rise to the 1st grade? Li Yi asked. The imperial court's physicians are from the 5th grade and above. Above is the 5th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 4th grade, Songde counted. Suddenly he paused. How did Dongzhu divide it? Songde understood. Rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 were divided into positive, submissive, and rank 4 and below were divided into positive, submissive, and up and down. There were 6 grades in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. There were 8 grades in the 4th and 5th grades. In total, there were 14 grades. Why didn't Dongzhu add the 6th rank and beyond? Songde felt that he could get more. 5th rank officials are allowed to attend court. The worst tea leaves are of the 5th rank. When others think about it, they will think that it matches. Drinking this tea, even the worst tea leaves would allow one to enter the main hall. Li Yi recalled the time when he was selling tea. No matter what kind of tea it was, no matter how bad it tasted, it would always have the word special or excellent written on it. He never saw any good tea. Only the exported tea was differentiated by serial numbers. Otherwise, the tea sold from a few yuan to a few hundred yuan would be of the same grade, and the taste would be much worse. Therefore, he decided to follow suit. Even if he sold foam, it would still be a 5th rank item. The owner is indeed the owner. Songde praised from the bottom of his heart. Well said. Li Yi chuckled. He walked back to the courtyard and continued to copy books. During lunch, Pei Yaoqing, who had been wandering around, brought the yamen runners to the canteen. Li Dongzhu, I'm here. Li Yi had just sat down when Gao Lisher, whom Pei Yaoqing had been waiting for, appeared. Coincidentally, I have something to ask of General Gao. Li Yi mentioned directly. Since someone was willing to not be promoted, it would not be difficult for Gao Lisher to do it. Ah, Chang'an magistrate is also here? From last year to this year, Chang, and has been governed quite well. Let me congratulate you first. Gao Lisher congratulated Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi with a bitter face. General Gao, please sit down. I was just about to ask for your help. Pei Ming does not want to be promoted and wants to work for another year. Li Yi invited Gao Lisher to sit down and said to him, Then let's go back and talk to Her Majesty. Gao Lisher looked at Pei Yaoqing and asked softly. Pei Yaoqing nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right. Don't transfer me away. Chapter 257. After the meal, Pei Yaoqing left. Gao Lisher went with him. They brought a lot of soy sauce, soap, toilet water, and sanitary pads. Huanji, don't always ask Li Dongzhu questions like this next time. You should at least inform the imperial court first. If the imperial court can solve the problem, you don't have to trouble Li Dongzhu. On the way back, Gao Lisher warned Pei Yaoqing. What would Her Majesty think if you, the head of Chang, and visited Zhuangzi all day long? You want to be closer to Li Dongzhu than Her Majesty? Sweat appeared on Pei Yaoqing's forehead. He didn't dare to wipe it off. He just said yes, yes, yes. He wasn't stupid. If it wasn't for the fact that it was urgent and involved the key issue of promotion, he wouldn't have come. Since you are willing to help the poor, you should watch your hands and the hands of your subordinates. Gao Lisher warned again. It was all for Pei Yaoqing's good. If Li Yi didn't have a good impression of Pei Yaoqing, Gao Lisher wouldn't have said so much. Yes, I won't take money that I shouldn't take. I won't take benefits that I shouldn't take. Pei Yaoqing raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. After crossing Bar River, they entered Tanghuimen. For the past 10,000 years, County Magistrate Li Yuanhong has been working with you. Both the East and the West are under your control. There are many people in the imperial court who complain. Gao Lisher reminded Pei Yaoqing again when he was about to leave. Pei Yaoqing was the head of Chang, but the whole of Chang, and was not under his control. He was good at showing off, so Li Yuanhong followed suit. He took out many good things, including shaking briquettes and ice lanterns. Pei Yaoqing would go to Li Yuanhong's territory whenever he was free. He even asked the Yamen runners to pull in investments. As a result, the people of Chang and only knew Pei Yaoqing and not Li Yuanhong. I will go and discuss with the outline later. Pei Yaoqing admitted his mistake. He really wanted to take care of it too much. The outline was Li Yuanhong's handwriting. Pei Yaoqing was promoted through the entrance exam. Li Yuanhong relied on his family's connections to become an official. One was promoted through the junior class of the University of Science and Technology. The other was promoted through his family's family. Li Yuanhong didn't want to go through so much trouble. Moreover, there were still 2 junior magistrates and 1 magistrate above him. If you don't want to be promoted, you'll be promoted to a junior magistrate this year, Gao Lisher added. What if I want to be promoted? Pei Yaoqing asked. External broadcast, Gao Lisher said calmly. So be it. I'll still be in the position of Chang and county magistrate. When the time comes, I'll discuss the other half with the new county magistrate. Pei Yaoqing chose to stay. If he could be promoted to the position of imperial governor, he would be willing to be promoted. The 2 of them separated. Gao Lisher went back to deliver the soy sauce and report the situation. Huanji wants to work for another year, and he also wants to find something to do for Danxing. Let's wait and see. When the winter wheat harvest comes, if the people are doing well, it's not impossible for them to be promoted to junior magistrate together. Naturally, Li Longji could appoint whoever he wanted to. As long as the people in Chang and lived a good life, the curfew could be lifted. This year, he was going to collect the hygiene management fees from the businesses according to the size of the business. He would start with Heavenly Earth. Li Yi's Zhuangzi. He drew a set of drawings and sent it to the woodworking workshop. Make a few samples. I'll order them from Big Brother's Alliance later. Li Yi said to the craftsman, Dongzhu, don't look for them. We'll do it. The craftsmen did not agree. They wanted to give the money to others. This kind of repetitive work, I don't need you. You can continue to study the drawings I gave you. Li Yi refused. He went back to the courtyard and had to copy the medical books. Before dinner, 10 things of the same size with 6 colors were made. He ordered people to send them to the Chang, an office of the Alliance of Craftsmen. Together with the drawings, they requested to make 10,000 pieces. They paid 5 coins for each piece. In less than half an hour, the person who went to order came back. Dongju, they said that the first batch will be 2,000 pieces. At the same time, they will be allowed to make and sell the 2,000 pieces for free. I didn't agree. They said that they will discuss it another day. Got it. Li Yi nodded. He took some food and sat there laughing. I asked you to process it, and you want to share the patent. In this era, there is no patent office. No wonder the technology is kept secret. Li Yi muttered to himself as he ate slowly. In the end, no one came to talk the next day. Instead, they sent 3,000 things. They said that the remaining 7,000 would be made before the morning of the 15th day of the first month. On the 15th day of the first month, Li Yi did not touch the 3,000 toys. He left them for Zhuangzi's people to play with. In the afternoon, he took the ambulance and 2 large carriages and walked in front. 20 guards, palace maids, and eunuchs went to pick up the things. They also set up a stall with a stand on the carriage. Behind them was a large group of people. Zhuangzi's children were going out again, including the people who looked after them. There's no need to wait until after midnight. We will sell the things and come back early. Li Yi said to everyone. Tonight, the city gates were not closed. People outside the city could go in and see. If there was no place to stay, they could go home. If they wanted to go back, it was dark outside. Do you want to see the Lantern Tower? There are lantern towers in the palace tonight. There are many performances. There were performances last year and the year before last. It's very lively. Palace maid Tao Hong wanted to see the excitement. After selling the things, if they came back from the Southern Ring Road, they would be able to see it. You can see it directly. Our stall is next to Xinglu Fang on Zhuke Avenue. Li Yi told her the location. Across the road from Xinglu Fang was the Honglu Temple in the palace. It was the place where foreign guests were received. People from other countries could be seen. According to various records, Chang, and was very lively during the Lantern Festival. This year, there were many fireworks. Li Yi did not have any objections. Wasn't it just Li Longji asking for things for free? That was fine. As long as he continued to produce fireworks and sell them, there were still rich people who bought them. The profits were huge. Otherwise, they would use the reason of social stability and safety to directly take over the military. He would have to endure it. The group had to enter through Chunming Gate. There were lanterns around each carriage. Some of the compartments on the carriage were covered with colorful cloth with light bulbs. When the sky was dark, the lights would be lit up. Someone had to pedal them. Otherwise, they could only be lit when the carriage was moving. This time, the scale of the children's trip was bigger than last time. There were many better carriages. After trading with the 10 Western Turkic families, they had obtained many military and inferior horses. They could be used to guard and pull the carriages. Seeing this group from afar, they were once again confused about whether they should enter or leave the city. After all, it could not be the same audience both times. However, even if the non-commissioned officer guarding the gate was changed, there were still rumors about the pottery bowl that was secretly left behind. Li Dongju is here. The Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi's group is going out. The non-commissioned officer shouted to help support the crowd. There is a red cross in front of Li Dongju's carriage. Look at the flag. There is a big Li character. The people on the city wall also shouted. Everyone started to look forward to it. Last time, the manager came out and gave them meat soup and a bowl. What was going to happen this time? With their shouting as the explanation, the audience hid to the side and prepared to watch from a close distance. At the same time, they were envious. They were envious of other people's children. They had heard about the previous incident. That was someone else's child. The group of carriages arrived at the gate. Li Yi, who was in the lead, started to unload things from the 2 big carriages behind the ambulance. The people guarding the gate immediately went to help. Chapter 258. Zhuangzi's Leftovers. Songda ran over and yelled, "Got it!" The soldiers who helped responded. Leftovers were not considered bribes, so they could eat without worry. One by one, the covered baskets were opened. Steam rose up, revealing the buns inside. The lid of the pot on the portable stove was opened, and the cooked meat rolled along with the thick soup. Next to it were chopping boards, knives, and spoons. Ruggiamo, hot ruggiamo. The soldiers shouted. The soldiers on the city wall and in the armory smiled and swallowed their saliva. Everyone, don't rush. Wash your hands. Remember to wash your hands. Leave some soap. Sangdi yelled. 10 baskets of soap were put down for washing hands. One basket was 500 yuan. Dong Zhu had entered the city once, so he could not be weak. The soldiers who helped nodded. They understood. With so much soap, it would be gone after washing. The carriages continued to move forward. The soldiers were beaming with joy. Even the lowest-ranked soldiers could get a piece of soap. When the carriages entered, everyone waved and shouted to return the pots and stoves when they came back. Lower the fire. Eat when the handover is at midnight. Everyone take a piece of soap first and hide the rest. We can't let other people take it, the general shouted. He was too embarrassed to come out just now. The last time they ate, they were on the night shift. In the end, less than a quarter of the food from the previous shift was left. There were no bowls left, so everyone could only eat one bite at a time. Today, there were no bowls. They took out the meat, cut it into pieces, stuffed it into the buns, poured some soup, and ate it. Dong Zhu is always so generous. Tao Hong pouted. Li Yi shook his head. You haven't experienced defending a nobody. Many times, bad things are ruined by people who are not angry. No way, Chui Lu said. Lu Bang was just a constable. Because of the rain, his journey was delayed. In the end, he conquered the world. Li Yi casually gave an example. He did not want to talk about the past. People who had fallen in society often learned to compromise and endure. He gave the soldiers at the gate some benefits. In the future, they would not cause trouble. If the carriages broke down not far away, they would help carry them. Can they become Lu Bang? Tao Hong added. Then she smiled and asked, Dong Zhu is so nice to us. Is he afraid that we will ruin it? I'm scared. I'm scared that you guys will cry. It's fine if a girl cries, but if a few guys cry together, it's really worrying. Everyone laughed, and the 4 eunuchs looked depressed. Dong Zhu also knows how to tease the palace maids. Weeping pear blossoms sounds nice, but he interjected, Yu Rong's lonely tears dried up, pear blossoms like spring rain. It's from. I'll teach you guys a new toy later. Let me think about it. As Li Yi spoke, he realized that there was no such poem. The 4 palace maids opened their mouths and then pursed their lips. It was a poem. How could there be only 2 lines? The motorcade still passed by Xingqing Palace. This time, the kids didn't come down to flatter them. Before that, he would go to the East Market to pick up the items and load them into the car. Moving forward, Li Lang's car, Red Cross. The Li family's motorcade is moving out. It's even more ostentatious than the last time. Sisters come out. Accompanied by a loud shout, countless women appeared on the upper floors of Pyong Kong Square. The windows were pushed open. The women waved their handkerchiefs and shouted. So this is the House of Red Sleeves. It's so scary. Li Yi expressed his fear. Li Lang, you can't leave. You have to write a poem. Otherwise, we'll chase after you. The woman upstairs shouted. That's right. You have to stay, or you have to write a poem. Choose quickly. Sisters, let's rush out and bring Li Lang back. Dong Zhu, quickly write a poem. This is Baitsu, not Nangku. Tao Hong was scared. Baitsu was adjacent to the road here. Li Yi wiped his sweat and said loudly, 1,000 doors are unlocked and 10,000 lanterns are lit. In the middle of the first lunar month, we set off for the imperial capital. 300 people danced together. The sky is filled with the sound of poems. Let's go. The motorcade sped up. The guards were on high alert. The woman upstairs was excited. Li Lang wrote a poem for us. Baitsu, he gave us Baitsu. Who wrote it down just now? My ears are buzzing. It's on my head. I remember. Baitsu finally got a poem written by Li Lang. The woman upstairs felt as if she had won a battle. The pedestrians on the road were dumbfounded. Some even drooled. Pyongkong Square's Baitsu was not comparable to Zhongxiu and Nangkou. However, there were so many brothels in Chang'an. There were even some that welcomed people secretly. It was impossible to enter Baitsu. The women of Baitsu valued people with their looks. Each and every one of them was beautiful. Even so, their literary talent still surpassed many of the scholars who went to Chang and for the examination. In the carriage, Li Yi was about to collapse. It was too scary. There were so many women. If they were to be caught, the palace maids were satisfied. Look, our Dongzhu can write poems at any time. Which scholar can compare to him? After leaving Pyongkong Square, they walked past 2 more squares, Wubin Square and Qingdao Square. That was their destination, Xinglu Square. This place faced Vermilion Bird Avenue. Therefore, the side of Xinglu Square facing the street was a wall. There were no doors. The positions were painted with lime for people to set up stalls. Lanterns were hung everywhere. Some of the lanterns were covered with cloth. Inside there were riddles. If they guessed correctly, they would take a lantern. If they didn't, they would buy a lantern. If they guessed correctly, they would take it or buy it. The more expensive the lantern, the harder it was to guess. Dongzhu, let's guess the riddles. Cui Lu looked at the lanterns in the south and said, their position was at the front of the street. It was a good position. Life is difficult. Li Yi shook his head. If he guessed, how could others make money? Li looked around. Others also looked at them. The children jumped out of the carriage. They had changed their clothes today. They wore colorful clothes. Each of them held a folded lantern in their hand and had a lighter in their pocket. They had a mission today. They were performing a dance. They had practiced for several days and did not have stage fright. They were waiting for the sky to darken and the lanterns in the imperial city to light up. For large carriages were left behind and parked against the wall. The other carriages entered the square to deliver candles and small lanterns to the households. The guards and nannies led the children to stroll around Vermilion Bird Avenue to watch the fun. The guards had swords at their waists, bows on their backs, and quivers of arrows on their legs. They looked like they wanted to steal the children. On a tall building in the imperial city, Li Longji hid behind a board wall. He looked through the board's hole with binoculars. From here, he could see Li Yi's stall. It was deliberately arranged. I see the children. Where's Uncle? Empress Wang stood next to him and looked through the small hole. Change positions, Li Longji said. He switched positions with Empress Wang and passed the binoculars to her. Empress Wang peeked. He's here. He's fiddling with something. The toys he made are too difficult. I can't match them back, no matter how hard I try. Yes, it's not easy to match one face. The other faces are messy. There are a few clever ones in the imperial palace who can match 2 faces, but they're still not good enough. Li Longji said. The things that Li Yi ordered had already been sent to the imperial palace. Of course, the most popular games in the imperial palace were mahjong, chess, and poker. Chapter 259. The children who were watching the fun on Zhuke Avenue couldn't stop laughing happily. Everything was interesting to them. Zhuke Avenue was wide enough. The children lined up in 4 rows and didn't take up much space. They still had money in their pockets, but they still didn't buy anything. As for toys, they had all kinds of dolls, building blocks, and so on. As for beautiful clothes, they were wearing beautiful clothes now. As for food, how could the snacks compare to Zhuangzi? It was even more impossible to buy lamps. There were many beautiful lamps in Zhuangzi. They could even put candles on them and turn on their own. They were called carousel lanterns. There was also the Kongming lanterns that had been rehearsed many times. Do you want to guess the riddles? It's very simple. Look at this small lamp. As long as you can guess it, it's yours. A man who set up a stall by the roadside said to a 7 or 8-year-old Zhuangzi child with a smile. The child shook his head. No, I don't think I can guess it. If I lose, my brother Dongzhu will stand up for me. All the lamps in your house will lose. Then ask your brother Dongzhu to come here. The peddler was just about to provoke the child when his mouth was suddenly covered by the person next to him. The man waved his hand to the child. You are right. Thank you. You're welcome. The child continued to walk with the group. Why are you stopping me? The peddler said unhappily when his mouth was released. Are you blind? The children of Li family Zhuangzi are traveling with a group. Their Dongzhu's brother is Li Yi, the Li Yi who has written countless poems. It is said that God is jealous of his literary talent. Do you want to provoke him? The man who just covered his mouth stared at him. I don't believe that he will come. What did you eat for dinner? The peddler changed the topic in a blink of an eye. I didn't eat. I have to search for the riddles by myself. It's so hard. The man didn't continue to say. Me too. I heard that the dishes of Li family Zhuangzi are delicious. Look at the children raised by them. They are so white and tender. The topic officially changed. The Li family Zhuangzi's children's team was the only one in the entire Tang dynasty. Even those who didn't know about it for a while soon learned about it. Li Yi's stall opened for business. He only sold one thing, the magic cube, a third-order magic cube. There were a lot of Rubik's cubes that were messed up and unmessed. Li Yi shouted, Other people are guessing the riddle. I'm just dismantling it. Don't just look at how messy the fight is. When you're fighting, you'll be happy. He shouted a few times, but to no avail. Li Yi changed the way he shouted. Who can change this thing back? I'll give it to you, and I'll give you $100. $100. $100. $100 for free. A group of people gathered around and looked at the long stall with a pile of different colored cubes. Pay. How can I give it to you? It's so colorful. Tell me, why are there palace maids and eunuchs? No, it's father-in-law. Li Dongzhu, right? I heard that there are people from the palace at his place. The palace maids are beautiful. Shut up. Don't stand next to me if you want to die. You're so unlucky. Li Dongzhu, tell us how to play. Everyone was noisy, and finally someone asked the key question. Li Yi took out an unmessed Rubik's Cube and said, Look, I'll turn it again, and it's messed up. I'll turn it back according to the way I turned it just now, and it's 6 sides of the same color. If you want to play, I'll turn it a few times and you can turn it back. You can take this thing called Rubik's Cube, and I'll give you $100. What if you can't turn it back? Someone asked. According to the rules. What's the rule of guessing the ice lantern? Li Yi asked. If you can't answer the riddle, you can buy one. If you're not convinced and think you got it right, you can ask the seller to reveal the answer. If it's really different from yours and more reasonable, you can buy the lantern with double the price. If someone said the rules, you can refuse and spend more money. Mine isn't. If you can't turn it back, you can turn it a few more times for me. If I turn it back, you can buy it. If I can't turn it back, I'll give you one, but I won't give you $100. Only if you turn it back yourself, you'll get $100. Li Yi relaxed the conditions. It was just a Rubik's Cube restoration. A third-order Rubik's Cube restoration was easy. Li Dongzhu is righteous. All right, you take one and turn it a few times, and I'll take a look. Someone thought the same as Li Yi. It was simple. Let's make things clear first. Today's Rubik's Cube is more expensive than usual. Today it's $20 for one, but it'll be cheaper in the future. You can buy it for your children to play with. Spring is coming, and the river is dangerous. Some children don't have anything to play with and will go play on the river. Buy one for them to relieve boredom at home. Li Yi explained the situation first. This thing was mainly for children. Li Dongzhu, you're a kind person. We know that. How many days can you play with this thing? It's made of wood and breaks easily. Someone held one in his hand and asked Li Yi, "If it breaks, it'll be fixed. It's free. When it breaks, you can get it back. The Craftsmen's Alliance will fix it, but you can't take it apart or smash it. If it's scattered and can't be fixed, you can ask someone to fix it for you. If it's worn too much and can't be played with, you can bring it back. They'll exchange it for smaller pieces for you." Li Yi spoke slowly and clearly. He was prepared to give out the patent and let those people take care of the after-sales. He didn't expect to make money from this thing. "All right, Li Dongzhu, you can turn it. I'll turn it back." Someone handed the Rubik's Cube to Li Yi. Li Yi threw the Rubik's Cube 3 times in front of the other party. The Rubik's Cube was caught in the other party's hand. "It's too easy. I know how to turn it. Look at me. I got $100. The person was very confident. "Turn it around, turn it around, turn it around." "No, it's not like this. Turn it back, the first row, then horizontal, vertical, next." Li Yi didn't care about him anymore. "Let's turn it slowly." The second choice was given to Li Yi. "Open your eyes wide and watch." Li Yi threw the Rubik's Cube 1, 2, 3. The other party caught the Rubik's Cube and turned it around a few times. Not long after, a group of people stood in front of Li Yi's stall. Each of them had a Rubik's Cube. "No, it can't be turned back. Even if the gods come, it's useless. Li Dongzhu, here you go. I've turned it many times. If you can turn it back, I'll buy it." One person lost his patience and refused to accept it. Li Yi took the Rubik's Cube with one hand and looked at it. Then he turned it around with one hand. After a while, the Rubik's Cube was turned back. $20, thank you." Li Yi returned the Rubik's Cube. Tao Hong stretched out her hand. "Give me the money." "Ah, how is this possible?" The other party took out the money and still had a puzzled expression. "Next." Cui Lu shouted. The 4 eunuchs were watching. Whoever couldn't solve the Rubik's Cube was not allowed to run away. The second person gave the Rubik's Cube to Li Yi. This time, Li Yi used both hands to operate the Rubik's Cube. In order to save time, he restored the Rubik's Cube. After restoring more than 20 Rubik's Cube, Li Yi couldn't take it anymore. Everyone can buy the complete Rubik's Cube. $20 for one Rubik's Cube. You can give it to your children or play with it yourself. I'll teach you a method. You have to turn it around. First, turn it around, then turn it back. Turn it around twice, then turn it back. Li Yi started to trick them. This Rubik's Cube was very confusing. It was impossible to remember the previous Rubik's Cube. Chapter 260. A group of people took out their money, one after another. They found that this thing was as fun as the 9 rings. They would buy it and practice it themselves. As for the children, they would wait. I saw it, Senlang. Uncle single-handedly turned the messy cubes back. Empress Wang said while holding the binoculars, "One hand. I always feel that it's more difficult than the 9 rings." Li Longji was depressed. He could dismantle the 9 rings with his eyes closed. As for the new square toy, he opened his eyes wide and turned it a few times, but couldn't go back. He wished he could dismantle it and put it back together. "Sanlang, shall we go down to Uncle's place later?" Empress Wang wanted to go out. She knew that the lantern building was beautiful, but it was too far away from the lively crowd. "I'm afraid it's dangerous." "You." Li Longji was worried about the children. "It's just a few steps. We'll be safe once we reach Uncle's side." Empress Wang still believed that Li Yi could deal with any situation as long as she stood beside Li Yi. Li Longji took back the binoculars and looked at the children. There were hundreds of children, and only 100 guards and more than 100 villagers were taking care of them. It was dark now. Under the light, the children came back and stood behind the stall. They didn't get into the car. Li Yi looked relaxed with the guards on the side, as if he wasn't worried about danger. Besides, there were people patrolling the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Li Longji hesitated and said, "Winged Knights, Disguise yourself and arrange it." Behind him, Gao Lisher took the order and left. Empress Wang smiled. Li Yi occasionally helped to restore the square. Many people were buying it. Li Qingqi came first. He knew that the winged knights had moved, so he came with his guards. He even put on a disguise. If Li Yi didn't have a pair of doctor's eyes, he wouldn't have recognized him. "Brother, what are you?" Li Yi handed a restored Rubik's Cube to the customer and asked in confusion. "Many men dress up. I didn't dress up well. It's okay." Li Qingqi found an excuse. In the Tang dynasty, men were indeed fond of fragrances. Putting on powder and drawing eyebrows made them look like actors who were about to go on stage. They felt that it was beautiful. But in Li Yi's eyes, it was pooh. "Big brother, don't be like this in the future. A man's beauty lies in his masculinity. The soldiers of the winged knights are the most beautiful to me. You see, I usually like to wear a white coat, and I don't apply anything. I only apply ointment when I hurt my hand when I run outside, and it doesn't have any fragrance. If I wear a mask and a hat, many people will think that I look good in this outfit." Li Yi advised his brother not to blindly put on makeup. It was the 15th day of the first lunar month, and he was still wearing a white coat with a stethoscope hanging around his neck. "I'm used to it. It's comfortable and not embarrassing. If someone were to fall in front of him tonight, it would be awkward when he tried to save them in other clothes." The ambulance had already arrived. Li Qingqi looked Li Yi up and down and nodded. "I think you look good too. There are so many girls in Baitsu who want to keep you." Just as he finished speaking, the girls from Zhongqiu and Nankou arrived at Pyongkong Square. Many of them went directly to the imperial city. They were going to perform there today. Xian brought a group of people to Li Yi's side. She first rolled her eyes at Li Yi and said, "1,000 doors unlocked, 1,000 lanterns lit. The imperial city in the middle of the first lunar month. 300 people danced together, the sound of songs in the sky. Li Lang, you're so capable." "Thank you. I almost didn't run out." Li Yi was polite. "Are you bullying my Nankou because it's not near the roadside? My sisters are very indignant." Xian looked as if she wanted to seek justice. "Don't you have a performance? You know that song." Li Yi realized that he couldn't offend anyone, especially the girls from Nankou. He always felt that these people wanted to kidnap him. "Will there be any problems with the children?" Xian didn't continue. She turned to ask the children in Zhuangzi. "The adults will act accordingly. There are also many girls in Zhuangzi who like singing and dancing." Li Yi guaranteed. As he spoke, he turned to look at the children. They were all very excited, as if no one was in their eyes. It was easier for children to be confident than adults. As long as they were encouraged, they would dare to take action. "How much is this cube-shaped thing?" Many people came forward to inquire. They were all men. While fiddling with the cube, he would occasionally glance at Xian and the others. "Xian, why don't everyone wait in the cars in the square? The performance will not start for some time." Li Yi understood that these people were here for the beauties. Xian covered her mouth and laughed. She brought the group of sisters to Xing Lu Square. The person who was fiddling with the cube put it down and wanted to leave. "Stop, 20 coins for one." Pine Tree pointed at a person and said, "Do I have to pay just to look?" The other party was unhappy. "Looking at the beauties doesn't cost money, but looking at this costs money. Otherwise, you can screw it back. I'll give you one for free and give you an extra 100 coins. Pine Tree pointed out, "Did you look at the beauties for nothing?" "So unreasonable," the person mumbled. He threw down 20 coins, picked up another cube, and left. Li Yi's stall was located at a good location. There were many people passing by. Some people took the cube and were seen by others. After asking around, they also came over to play. If you want to study it, you can watch Li Yi slowly spin there and then turn into 6 sides, each with a different color. Those who were prepared to go to other places threw down their coins and took an untouched cube. preparing to go back and study it. The rich families had already hung up their beautiful lanterns. The temples and monasteries in the square became places for people to set up their stalls. The ice lanterns were lit one by one. The whole of Chang and city was lit up. The city guards, bailiffs, hired helpers, and the managers of the square were all on alert. As long as there were too many people, there would be people helping to evacuate. Big Brother, Brother E, I finally found you. I took a few cubes from Big Brother before, but I couldn't turn them back to their original appearance. Li Longji greeted and rushed over. The guards surrounded him, and Empress Wang in the middle. Sister-in-law, go to the back. There are too many people. It's too crowded. Li Yi was startled. Why didn't the pregnant woman stay in the car? Why did she stand outside? Empress Wang directly went to stand with the children. She didn't enter the car at the back. Instead, she took out a cube and began to play with it. Li Longji didn't want to play. He looked at others vigilantly. As more and more people came, the cubes were sold faster and faster. At the first night watch period, there were only a little more than 1,000 cubes left. Brother E, when will you go back to Zhuangzi? If it's too late, why don't you find a place to stay? Li Qingqi also looked at people vigilantly and asked casually, there's a show for the people in the imperial city. They invited the rich families of Nankou and the children of the village. They didn't cooperate with each other, but the villagers stood in front of the children a few times. Li Yi looked back at the children who were still excited and smiled. Then, I'd like to see it. Li Qingqi indicated that he wouldn't leave. Li Longji and Empress Wang looked at each other. If there was a large group of people performing, they would leave and go to the city to watch. Chapter 261. In the third year of the Kaiyuan era, fireworks were dazzling. Accompanied by light songs, the sky was full of stars and the moon was full. She turned around as she walked, glancing back and forth between light and dark. The beauty is gone, the heart is in chaos. The fireflies disappear, a lamp appears. Past life, present life, love has not changed. Flowers bloom on the other shore. By the stone of 3 lives, will you come to call me? As the moon gradually rose, Empress Wang found an excuse to rest and left with Li Yi. When Li Longji and Xianqing returned to the imperial city, the lanterns lit up. The buildings were illuminated by the light. The officials who had the qualifications to come up also stood on top of the buildings and looked around. Song and dance appeared everywhere. Not only the imperial city invited people from the Southern Opera, but also people from the Pear Garden. Chang'an's 108 squares also had performances to attract people. Don't crowd outside. If you lose your child, you won't have a place to cry. Li Yi continued to sell Rubik's cubes. The children went to the carriage to warm up. Looking at their appearance, they were just waiting for the performance. They didn't look tired at all. When the last Rubik's cube was bought, it was already noon, around 22 a.m. In another hour, the fireworks would be released. Xianyan and the others came out from the square. Some tidied up their clothes, some adjusted their instruments again. The children got off the carriage and asked the adults to help look at their clothes. A stage was set up on a carriage. Li went up and someone hung the 2 searchlights he made. Later on, the people who are going to pedal cannot rest, and the people who are going to protect me. If the searchlights fall, then so be it. Don't catch them, catch me. Li Yi was very nervous. This was the first time he participated in such a performance. A quarter of an hour later, everyone was ready. Zhuangzi's guards went to clear the area. Make way! Don't pass first. My family's Zhuangzi doll is going to perform. Please give me some face and walk to the side. Leave this place in the middle. The guards shouted. Some people were unhappy. Who are you? Chang'an is the best place, and you want us to give you the best place? Moreover, your performance is so lively up there. Will there be people watching? Just when many people were unhappy, a group of city guards came over and helped to leave a large space. The song and dance will stop first. Li Longji ordered. All of a sudden, the imperial city fell silent. Li Yi, who was on the shelf, smiled. He had guessed that Li Longji would be curious about the hundreds of children who were going to perform. Last time when he entered the city, he had flattered him in front of Xingqing Palace and the Imperial City, so he had to give him some face. And who took the money from earthly paradise? There should be an explanation, right? Although I have never met you, I have given you many benefits. The noise around them was not as loud as before. Everyone was curious. Who was this? Could he make the Imperial City stop singing and dancing? Xian Yan's band was organized and the actors were in position. The little ones also ran to their respective positions, holding a lighter in one hand and a small lantern in the other. Someone in the Xinyan team picked up the loudspeaker provided by Li Yi and slowly spoke. There is a flower named Permitha. It blooms for 1,000 years and withers for 1,000 years. Its leaves and petals will never be seen. It is destined to be fated to live and die. There was a river called the Wangchuan. Mangpa persuaded people to go there, but they forgot about the past, only to return in the next life. There is a stone named Sanshen. Its previous life is already obscure. Men and women give up their infatuation and leave behind a trace of sincerity. Perhaps it will gather together in the next life. This is precisely the Permitha flower blooming on the other shore. The Wangchuan riverside is also the Wangchuan River. The Naiha Bridge is empty. The Sanching stone has 3 lives written on it. The surroundings were quiet. They did not expect the performance to be like this. Everyone was very happy. How could they be sad? After a few breaths of time, the loudspeaker sounded again. There was a Yi Lang and a Yi Nyangzi, 2 childhood sweethearts. That year, there was a drought and locusts were everywhere. They should have killed the locusts, but they were afraid of provoking heaven's anger, so they fled together. On the way, the food was almost eaten. Only half a bun was left. 2 people pushed each other. The Lang said he was going out to gather food. The Nyangzi waited for a long time and went to check. Only then did she know that the Lang Jun slipped and fell down the cliff. The Nyangzi held half a bun and jumped down to die for love. 2 people arrived at the Yellow Springs Road and saw the Sanching stone. They gave half a bun to Mengpa. Mengpa showed mercy and told the 2 people to share a bowl of soup. She said, "Every year there is the Lantern Festival. If fate brings us together, we will meet again." 2 people promised each other that they would meet again in the next life. Whether they were odd job workers or the emperor, they would never part. As her voice fell, some children sang. Ah, 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 ah. They were singing the tune of By Sujin at the foot of Mount Qingqing, that Li brought out with a strong Huangmei opera style. They did not sing the lyrics, only ah. A lot of people were crying, but there were also people who were looking forward to whether they would meet again after the 2 people. Lantern Festival, Lantern Festival, Lantern Festival, Lantern Festival. A group of children cheerfully shouted and ran to the center. Their postures were different, looking left and right, pointing their little fingers here and there, looking at the lanterns. The villagers came from all directions, looking at the lanterns, talking and laughing. At this moment, a beam of light brighter than anywhere else fell on a person dressed as a scholar. Li Yi was chasing the light from above, telling everybody that this was the man, although he was dressed as a woman. Those who had never seen the light before understood at this moment. Yes, it was him, he had come. The woman dressed as a scholar was waving a fan as she spoke. In fact, she was lip-syncing. Someone was dubbing her voice and speaking with a loudspeaker. This year's Lantern Festival has a different style. There are lanterns, but no moon to entertain people. There are moon, but no lantern. There is no spring. When spring arrives, people are like jade. The lantern burns under the moon. The moon is like silver. The streets are filled with jade pearls and visiting village girls, singing and competing with each other. If I don't open my mouth and laugh, how can I spend this good time? Good poem. Who wrote it? Great talent. Shouts of approval rang out from the crowd, and then the crowd quieted down. The scholar walked and stopped. Around him, there were women dressed in colorful clothes who greeted him. He looked at them, but shook his head every time. He whispered, "Why do I feel that someone is waiting for me when I see these women? Who is it?" He walked further and further into the crowd, chasing the light until it disappeared. Could it be that one glance in my past life, just to see me once in this life? A woman's singing voice was heard. The accompaniment of a band sounded. Whoosh! Chasing the light was shot over. Sinyan appeared, dressed in colorful clothes. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her posture was graceful. She sang softly, stopping from time to time to look at the things on the street. The handkerchief in her hand was pulled back and forth. At this moment, another small chasing light fell. Among the crowd, the scholar was pointed out. He was stunned. He stared at the woman without blinking. The woman happened to look at him. She trembled slightly and revealed a joyful smile. Just as she was about to move forward, "Let's go to the lantern tower," whoosh. A group of people crowded around the woman and pushed her away. The woman only had time to look back before she was taken away by the crowd. The chasing light on the woman's body disappeared, and the big chasing light landed on the man. The man ran to the place where the woman was standing, just now, feeling lost. "Can you still do it? Why is it so tiring to meet her?" Some of the audience members were dissatisfied. No one bothered with him. Everyone continued to watch. The man ran into the darkness. The group of people who were crowding around the woman just now ran over and pointed at the lantern tower in the imperial city. The woman was anxious. She kept pushing the people around her away and went back. After a while, the man appeared again. The chasing light was dim, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, whoosh, a group of children lit lanterns. One of them passed a beautiful red lantern to the woman. The adults around all dispersed. The children carried lanterns and surrounded the woman. Two chasing lights fell on the two of them. The man and woman looked at each other. Music started and singing voices sounded. Thousands of flowers bloom in the night of the east wind. Blowing down, stars fall like rain. Beautiful horses and carved carts fill the road. The phoenix flute moves, the jade pot turns, fish and dragons dance in the night. Moths, snow willows and golden strands. Laughter and hidden fragrance go away. Looking for her thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly looking back, that person is there in the waning light. In between, it was mixed. Could it be that one glance from the previous life, just to see her once in this life? The two of them began to walk closer and closer. The children ran around the two of them and shouted, "This life is accompanied by the dust of the previous life." The words by the river of forgetfulness come true. No matter if you are an emperor or a servant, please cherish the person in front of you. Whoosh! All the lanterns were extinguished. The crowd dispersed. The guards protected the children and retreated. The actors also ran away. The path was cleared, but no one moved. They just stood there in a daze. Upstairs, Li Longji and Empress Wang each had one eye and shared a telescope. Li Longji put one hand on Empress Wang's back. He knew Li Yi's intention and made another wave of assists. What a grand scene. Poems, songs, children, stories, and the Southern Opera, everybody, a unique performance, persuasion. He turned to look at Empress Wang and moved his fingers. Empress Wang twisted her body and raised her sleeve to wipe her tears. But she said, "It's itchy. How many people did you bury this time?" "They were all buried for you." Li Longji also wiped the corners of his eyes. He was also touched by this performance. "You all performed so well today. You should be going to school tomorrow, but I'll give you one more day off." Li Yi praised the children and gave them one more day off. The children cheered. They handed in their small lanterns and lighters and entered the car. The caravan set off and rushed back. Suddenly, a group of eunuchs shouted in unison, "His Majesty has decreed that Li Yi of the Li family village in Bahui will will be promoted to the position of imperial physician. He will be ordered to write books. Chapter 262. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Yi didn't need anyone else to shout for him. He had been promoted. Previously he was rank 5. Now he was rank 4. They were all doctors. At this moment the audience was still in a daze. What had just happened? Boom! Boom! Fireworks rose into the sky. The palace regained its liveliness. The people stood there and looked up at the fireworks. There were rich people in every square. Some merchants even bought fireworks and set them off in front of their shops to celebrate. Li Longji didn't need to pay for the fireworks. However, he didn't take too much. He only needed to set them off for an hour. However, the officials in the palace were no longer interested in watching the dance or listening to the music. They were all shocked by the performance of the children. They didn't know that performances could be performed this way, especially Zhui Guang. He would look at whoever the light shone on. Between the light and the darkness, he had shown everything that he needed to show. The other concubines and talents in the palace were indescribably depressed. They couldn't wait to grab Li Yi and barbecue him, steam him, braise him, stir-fry him, boil him in meatballs, and make soup. You're just a foreign official. Is the matter of the palace something you can meddle in? Who has the final say in the harem? It's Empress Wang. Sai, Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and the others weren't angry. They were afraid. They felt Li Yi's will. That Li Yi seems to be telling us with his actions that as long as he wants to do it, there's nothing he can't do. Zhang Shua said this. He felt Li Yi's bravery. Who would have thought that selling something and watching a lantern could create such a big scene? His goal was clear. He wanted to protect Empress Wang. It was said that he had the ability to predict the future. What did he know? Empress Wang was pregnant. Even if she was childless, it wouldn't be easy to touch her. Li Yi had attacked her heart. What a good young man. Why was he so meticulous when it came to scheming? He's been promoted again. Lu Huaishan only said 2 words. Write a letter from the province and send it over tomorrow. Many commoners will hear it. His Majesty has spoken. Yao Chong said helplessly. If they didn't shout tonight, His Majesty said that he wanted to promote Li Yi. The province could resist, but they wouldn't. What would the commoners think if they didn't give it to him now? His Majesty wanted to kill someone. If it was in the past, he might have thought that the ministers were useful and endured it. Now, if he killed them, then so be it. If there was something he couldn't solve, he could ask Li Yi. At this moment, a person walked over from the side. As he walked, he recited, "The night of the east wind blossoms 1,000 trees. The wind blows down, and the stars fall like rain." The road was filled with the fragrance of precious horses and carvings. I've searched for her thousands of times. He suddenly turned around, but that person was still there in the dim light of the lantern. Good, good, and that program is good as well. I've finally seen it today. The person who spoke shook his head and left the 3 prime ministers. Yuan Qinyao, last year he was still the Imperial Palace's junior supervisor. This year he became the Assistant Minister of Revenue. Ever since Zhong Xiaojing became the president of the Calligraphy Association, his title as the Minister of Revenue had not been removed. As the assistant minister, Yuan Chenyao's authority had increased. It seemed like he was in a good mood. What do you mean by the dim light of the lantern? I've searched for her thousands of times, but when I suddenly turned around, that person was hiding in Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua muttered. Li Yi couldn't suppress him. As soon as he came out, he stirred up trouble. If he didn't come out, he would still stir up trouble. On the other side, Empress Wang lent the binoculars to the people in her palace. Hang it around your neck. Hold it with both hands and watch. Take turns to watch the surroundings. She kept saying. The other concubines couldn't come over. She didn't allow them to. She was afraid that someone would do something bad. What if one of them was tired of living and pushed her down? Therefore, Li Longji could only accompany Empress Wang alone on the lively 15th day of the 1st lunar month. Brother E, I'll get on your car. The fireworks are too loud and noisy. Zhuangzi is much quieter. Li family Zhuangzi's team caught up. There were many people on the road. The speed of the Li family Zhuangzi's team was slow. They moved forward bit by bit. Li Qingqi jumped out of his car, opened the door of Li Yi's ambulance, and got on. Brother E, I've learned a trick. In the future, I'll ask more people to act out similar scenes. While speaking, he took out a Rubik's Cube. He matched the Rubik's Cube. Brother E, I found a way. Look, there are 3 sides in this place. One of them is exposed outside. Turn left. Li Qingqi rearranged the Rubik's Cube and told Li Yi how to match the other side. Li Yi kept nodding, encouraging his brother. Right, turn it. According to your method, there will always be 1 side or 2 sides. As for the 3 sides, if 3 sides could be matched, all 6 sides of the Rubik's Cube would be matched. Brother E, the people of the Craftsmen's Alliance made some in private. It will be difficult for you to make money with this unless you don't allow others to do it. Li Qingqi apologized. Brother, you don't have to do this. I didn't expect to make money with it. It's just a toy for the children in case they fall into the ice during spring. Li Yi did not mind. It was easy to make a Rubik's Cube. A good craftsman could learn it after looking at it. Li Qingqi promised. If we sell it according to your method, the price will be cheap. 1 Rubik's Cube will make a profit. If it's broken, we can repair it. After the craftsmen become familiar with the assembly line, it won't be a problem for them to make 56 Rubik's Cube a day. Although it's not as profitable as doing a big job in the long run, as long as there are people in the Tang dynasty who want to buy it, we can continue to do it. How much is the commission? Li Yi asked about the Craftsmen's Alliance's dividend. It hasn't been divided yet. Prepare to take 1 out of 20. If the gross profit is changed to net profit, it will be 1 out of 10. We've established 3 alliances to compete with each other. Li Qingqi operated the Rubik's Cube according to Li Yi's instructions. The 3 alliances formed a tripartite balance. They competed with each other for customers and at the same time improved the service quality. In the future, they would have to recruit craftsmen from each other. We can't let the craftsmen know about this, Li Yi reminded. Of course. Li Qingqi smiled. The craftsmen would not know that the 3 alliances were controlled by the same force. The 3 alliances did not know each other well. They could only think of ways to fight for more jobs and better craftsmen. He had already discovered the benefits. Everyone competed, which could improve the craftsmen's skills and cultivate some salesmen. Brother E, I suddenly thought of something. Don't you compete with the people above Zhuangzi? Li Qingqi felt that competition was a positive development. What about Zhuangzi? Competition. Their competition is different from the competition outside. The farmers work hard to distance themselves from others. This is called corporate culture. If a company does not have its own unique culture, it will not be able to develop and grow. The farmers work for honor. Their demand for money is lower than the need to be respected. Li Yi introduced another management model. There was a time when the employees of the state-owned enterprises wore the same uniform and received high benefits and high wages. When they went outside, others would be envious. The employees worked very hard to protect that honor. Then the leaders, so when the private enterprises grew, they would not cheat themselves. Li Qingqi fiddled with the Rubik's Cube in his hand and lowered his head slightly. Corporate culture? The culture of the Tang dynasty can be seen from small to big. Big Brother is right. When the country is strong, the people will be proud. In the future, they will work hard to protect the country's interests. Li Yi was very gratified. Big Brother actually thought of the national spirit. When a country is truly strong, its citizens will be treated better than citizens in other countries. Chapter 263. Zhuangzi's team returned to Zhuangzi before dawn. The lanterns in Zhuangzi were not as sparse as those in Chang'an. They were densely packed. There was also the smell of sulfur from fireworks. Obviously, the villagers had also set off fireworks. When the children reached home, some of them came down by themselves. Some of them were asleep and were carried down. Today they were in the limelight. They would be more confident in the future. Li Yi went to his bathtub alone to relax. He made some barbecued meat and poured rice wine. He was ready to eat while soaking. When he thought of tonight's program, he smiled. He hummed in Cantonese, flowing in the moon. Night, that, therefore, matter will, starlight, place, also, shine, bright, as if a legend is alive. In this world, light, for your everlasting love. Sing softly. Just like what he sang, tonight's program was quickly spreading in Chang'an. The stories, poems, and songs in the program. It made many people believe that the Lantern Festival every year was the day to find the other half of their previous life. Those who were already married were even more affectionate. They pitied the people in front of them. The birth rate after 10 months was estimated to be very high. They would realize that it was only a few days away from their birthdays. When Xianyan and her team returned to Pyongkong Square, they were treated very well. Many people kept calling them sisters. They hoped that there would be such fun activities in the future. It was free of charge. They would be sponsored by friends. Fame was not only based on one's own ability. When Xianyan and her team went to Li Yi and Zhuangzi to rehearse, some people were secretly laughing at them. How many customers would they lose if they went for so many days? Now, they understood that Xianyan and her team had gained a lot of benefits. 16th day of the Lunar New Year, dawn. The children who were tired last night were still sleeping. No one went to wake them up. Li Qingqi did not leave. He yawned and found Li Yi in the canteen's private room. There will be another batch of people going to the seaside to guide the aquaculture and recruit the fishermen from the fishing village. Brother Rin has also arranged for the people who trade with the Kitans. He was talking about serious business, making money. He was better than the Prime Minister, Chang, and the others. For the sake of political achievements, those people always wanted to take things from Li. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yi needed to increase his lifespan, he would have trapped them long ago. Li Qingqi wanted to earn money together. He provided manpower and effort while Li Yi provided ideas. Li Yi naturally knew who was truly good to him. If you want to raise them, the people by the sea will naturally be willing to do a good job when you get the benefits. Once it's stable, let's raise pearls. Li Yi still had other ways to make money. He could just throw out things like the Rubik's Cube. Pearl? Can pearls be raised? Li Qingqi knew that pearls could be played with, eaten, and smeared on one's face. Every year, the prince's mansion consumed a lot of pearls. Yes, there are many ways to raise them in a big shell. The best way is to plant them and stuff the foreign objects inside. Eventually, the beads will come out. 1 or 2 years won't do. It has to be longer. Li Yi didn't keep it a secret from his big brother. Besides, if he could raise pearls, he would have become a god. Li Qingqi believed him. It's not a problem for a few years. After all, I'll ask someone to do it. We still have other things to do. Days will pass. He understood some things. Looking at the shells were big and old. If there were pearls, the pearls would be bigger than the small shells. After dinner, I'll write it down. Big brother, you can teach people. Li Yi picked up a fried dumpling and dipped it in the garlic sauce. There was no yuan shao. If no one said there was, Li Yi wouldn't make it. He didn't like yuan shao because it was sticky and made his stomach uncomfortable. He also didn't like mooncakes because they were too oily. Naturally, zongzi was also not good for the stomach. He could eat 1 or 2. If he could eat a lot, it meant that his stomach was strong enough. He often ate this kind of glutinous rice noodles. Therefore, Zhuangzi made dumplings yesterday. Eating dumplings was a sacred thing in the northern region. Ordinary people couldn't eat dumplings every day, not even vegetarian dumplings. They could only keep a little of the wheat they grew. The rest was yellow rice. Then there was sorghum, millet, and so on. Planting yellow rice, sorghum, millet, barley, and other crops required less manpower. Planting rice required the most manpower. Even if they were planted, they still had to divert and release water. Therefore, they made too many dumplings yesterday. The weather was no longer suitable for freezing. They were steamed and left for the whole night. Everyone tried their best to eat breakfast today. It wouldn't taste good if they continued to steam. There was no microwave. He fried the dumplings on the pan and wrote, "Bite it slowly. Don't break it. Dongju still has to treat it for you." What simple words. Li Yi was very careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to treat it himself. The problem was the pain. Li Qingqi also chose a dumpling. While dipping it in vinegar, he said, "Brother, only in Zhuangzi can you realize that eating dumplings with meat and vegetables in winter is a burden." Li Yi drank a mouthful of rice soup. It was very thin porridge. There were only a few rice grains in the bowl. The leftover rice from yesterday was boiled with water today. After swallowing it, Li Yi said, "I forgot that children can eat when they are excited. Otherwise, these leftover dumplings might not be enough. Don't look down on them. They can eat a lot and grow. Aren't you going to wake them up for breakfast?" Li Qingqi felt that he had to be strict and cultivate good habits. They were too excited yesterday. Their bodies haven't recovered yet. When they wake up, they are listless. They can't eat well and are still sleepy. They can't sleep well, are short, or lack calcium. These are not good for their development. If they don't want to go to school, it means that there is a problem with their education. I have to change it and guide them with interest. Li Yi criticized himself. The children were happy when he said they had a holiday. It meant that there was a problem with their education. They didn't like to study when they were in school. After graduation, they found that they were willing to learn something because of their interest and professional needs. Why did they have to wait until after graduation? Who said that children don't have needs? Li Qingqi listened carefully. He had children at home, and so did his brother. "Brother Yi, do you have a good idea?" Li Qingqi asked. "Try it tomorrow and see if it works." Li Yi nodded and prepared to change the teaching. Nowadays, children learn the 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, mainly writing and Hanyu pinyin. Who would want to practice writing? If he didn't want to maintain the same interest as a big client, he wouldn't have practiced calligraphy. As for music, he was forced to learn it by his parents. When he played the piano, he felt sleepy. When he grew up, he found that it was useless for him to eat, but it could be used to show off. "Okay, Brother Yi, let me know when you are done." Li Qingqi wanted to see the effect. After breakfast, Li Yi wrote a book on how to raise pearls and let Li Qingqi take it away. Li Yi began to adjust the teaching content for the children tomorrow. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the children woke up one after another. They rubbed their eyes and went to take a bath. After he was done washing up, he ate lunch as breakfast. At first, they were still unable to eat. After a few mouthfuls, their bodies returned to normal. They were all energetic and ate with all their might. Li Yi sat not far away and watched, thinking about how to make the children happy to study tomorrow. Chapter 264. There was no class, so the children ran out to play after dinner. Some went to the toy room, and some strolled around Zhuangzi. They found everything interesting. The children in Chang, and were asking their parents to buy things for them. Rubik's Cube was called a 9-palace block in the Tang dynasty. Last night, he bought it for 20 copper coins each. No one could get it for free, and it cost 100 copper coins. Today it was on sale. All the stalls that sold roasted oysters were selling it. It cost 6 copper coins each. These retail stalls sold it for 52 copper coins for 10. They could earn 8 copper coins each. The price in Chang and was the same. It couldn't be too high, but it could be too low. Some sold it directly, while others gave customers one for free, no matter how many roasted oysters they bought. As for the big restaurants, they would give one for every meal. Li Qingqi was busy renting a shop. He negotiated the price and decided to rent it for a year. If the Tang dynasty had a bad year in the coming year, he was not allowed to raise the price. If the year was good, the price could not exceed 10% at most. These rented shops sold things made by craftsmen. Every item was marked with the craftsman's number and name. If a craftsman made the same item with a high maintenance rate, the craftsman would either reduce his remuneration or leave the alliance. Similarly, the rented shops helped to repair some utensils. The utensils with warranty were repaired for free, provided that they could not be damaged by people. Li Qingqi thought this was a good idea. In the future, everyone would be willing to come to his alliance to buy things. Moreover, the shops were there. They could not run away. Sure enough, after the children bought the 9-palace block, they did not run out of the city. They usually competed with their friends in the shops. Of course, the children of more families still had to help make mud in exchange for money and pottery. Not only the children played, but also the adults played. Everyone felt that they could turn the 9-palace block back into 6 faces. The dawn was in front of them, and they were just a little bit away. The ordinary people did not mind. If they could not come back, they could play slowly. It was also interesting to meet one face. The Imperial College in the palace was in trouble. Li Yi had said that it was a problem of mathematics. The Imperial College had mathematics, which included 2 professors and 1 teaching assistant. The books they studied included Island, 5 classics calculation, fixed numbers, 3rd grade calculation, and so on. Since it was a mathematical problem, he tossed the Rubik's Cube to them, 1 for each student. The imperial court paid for the Rubik's Cube and transferred it back to the Rubik's Cube. If it were Li Yi, he would kneel down. He only knew the 6-step restoration method. As for the formulas, he just had to memorize them. The more he practiced, the more proficient he would become. If the 3rd order Rubik's Cube was turned back grid by grid according to the calculation method, then the calculation of the change rule, the people from the Imperial College were confused, not just those from the mathematics school. If you feel that you should be better than calculus and other subjects, let's do it. Let's not calculate. Let's just switch back to the 6 facets. I don't want to play anymore. It's so annoying. Empress Wang threw a Rubik's Cube aside. Her head was hurting. The other palace maids and eunuchs were relieved and put away the Rubik's Cube in their hands. In order to cooperate with the Empress, they were all working hard. Li Longji was smarter. He didn't touch it at all. Instead, he was reading the letter below. A Rubik's Cube with all 6 sides aligned was placed on the table. It looked quite beautiful. He saw that the state capital had mentioned the matter of running a school. It was difficult to run an official school. The things taught by the capable local clans were different from what the local officials learned. The local officials' learning was now called Confucian classics and medicine. Medicine was naturally the study of medicine. The Tang dynasty attached great importance to it. That was why Li Longji valued the medical books written by Li Yi. The medical books written by Li Yi were compared by the people of the Imperial Medical Department with the current medical books. They found that Li Yi's writing was more complete. The Confucian classics now followed the 5 classics, plus the classics of filial piety and the Analects of Confucius. Li Longji didn't know that in the future, in order to fight against the Confucian school, he opened a Confucian school in the local officials' learning. Confucian school was a Taoist school. It targeted Buddhism and Confucianism to form a tripartite balance. At that time in the future, he worked very hard and found a problem. He wanted to change it. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his education since he was young, Confucian school couldn't save the Tang dynasty. Then there was the Lushan rebellion. Later, the emperor even took out the legend of Gongyang to teach. It paid attention to unity, class classification, and ideology. At the same time, it called on scholars to not forget the national hatred. There was a very classic sentence in it. Can 9 generations take revenge? Although it can be 100 generations. Li Longji couldn't see the future. What he was worried about now was that the family taught their children to put the interests of the family first and the country second. Only with a family can there be a country. Why do we change this? The local families have their own schools. We can't act rashly. Li Longji held the pen and didn't write. Some of the local officials' schools required the family schools to be merged with the official schools. This meant that the family schools would be abolished and all the children would be in the official schools. The local officials understood that in the long run, the country would no longer be a country. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. He put this aside and did not approve it. He knew that he couldn't deal with the Underheaven family. Previously, the imperial guards were in the hands of his brothers. The local military power was naturally in the hands of the children of the other families. Even the generals who didn't have families in the beginning would be given benefits, women, and it would be good if they were all like Brother E. He taught people to be loyal to the emperor first and then to love the country. He helped to build my private army, the Wing Knights, and taught them personally. The more there was a comparison, the more Li Longji missed Li Yi. As for some people comparing Li Yi to Wang Mang, Li Longji didn't agree. Wang Mang also had a family. He didn't abandon his family and teach others to be loyal to the emperor. If not, how could he usurp the throne? From the looks of it, Li Yi didn't even think about being the emperor. Gao Lisher, take a look and approve the unimportant ones. Li Longji put down the pen and his thoughts drifted to Zhuangzi. Gao Lisher had already taken a look, but he didn't say anything. He took it and sat at the side to approve. Don't look at how he accepted bribes. He didn't show any favoritism when writing memorials. Li Longji wanted to find Wu Jiu, the future Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei was beautiful and sensible. She could always make people happy. Li Longji walked and walked until he saw Empress Wang. Ah, I went to the wrong place. Are you done with San Lang's court matters? Empress Wang stuck out her belly and held a loudspeaker in her hand. It was the kind that was charged. Li Yi gave it to Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi said that he would return it to Li Yi after using it. In the end, it ended up in Empress Wang's hands. Empress Wang was listening to music. It was a Buddhist chant. Originally, prenatal education was for others to sing. With the new device, she recorded it. Why are you holding it? It's heavy. Li Longji naturally couldn't say that he wanted to find another woman, and came to her in a daze. However, he felt relieved when he saw Empress Wang. I'm exercising. Uncle said that I can't be lazy all the time. It's not good for the baby. Empress Wang turned off the loudspeaker and said with a smile. The palace made beside her took the loudspeaker and followed nearby. Li Longji and Empress Wang went in. A palace maid brought in warm watermelon juice. Bring the black bean sauce and cucumber. I want to eat 2 mouthfuls. I want the black bean sauce that is fried with green onion and oil. Empress Wang didn't want to drink the watermelon juice. She felt that it was tasteless in her mouth and chose the cucumber dip. Let's rest early today. We'll go to Zhuangzi tomorrow morning. Li Longji wanted to go out. There was nothing fun to do elsewhere. He wanted to find Li Yi. Chapter 265. When Li Longji and his wife arrived at Zhuangzi early in the morning to have breakfast, Li Yi had just returned from the workshop. Third brother, sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together. Li Yi greeted them. They entered a single room. The palace maids and eunuchs chose their own food. Empress Wang wanted to eat steamed egg custard. The main dish was cake with side dishes. Li Yi drank duck soup. He started to make the roast duck last night and was going to eat it this afternoon. There was no need for the ceremony of cutting the meat on the spot. The meat was cut out first, and the duck rack was made into radish duck rack soup. He sprinkled a handful of green onions and changed the main dish to bread. Li Longji had never drunk duck rack soup before, so no one dared to make it for him. Seeing that Li Yi was drinking it, they also filled a bowl. What's the difference between duck rack soup and chicken rack soup? Li Longji asked as he reached for the side dishes. The difference between duck eggs and chicken eggs is that they are fishy and fresh. We eat roast duck at noon. The duck is fattened, so we smear it with salty sauce and roll it into a small bread with shredded cucumber and green onions. Li Yi started to introduce lunch. He didn't like sweet sauce. Although sweet sauce should be added when braising meat, he couldn't eat it with dipping sauce. Salty sauce, sour sauce, and stinky sauce were the same type. If the fermentation process wasn't done well, the taste would be different. They were all made with beans. Sweet sauce was made with noodles. They were two different things. Of course, his sweet sauce used to be made with bean sauce and added sugar. He didn't know what those people were thinking. Was sweet sugar? What about noodles? Noodles with a texture. The noodles were referring to the ingredients. Uncle, can I eat it? Empress Wang asked cautiously, afraid of getting a negative answer. Yes, don't worry, sister-in-law. But you can't eat too much green onions. Li Yi gave a definite answer. If you don't eat a lot of green onions, won't the duck meat be fishy? Empress Wang still had questions. First, boil it. The flavor of the seasoning will be boiled and then smoked. The fishy smell will be suppressed. Li Yi explained patiently. She was pregnant, so it was okay to ask a few more questions. He was patient with other people as well. He had met many of them before. Those who were sick first went online to check and ask around to confirm their own situation before going to the hospital. They were afraid that doctors would blindly prescribe tests and spend more money. This was called excessive testing. Therefore, there were many problems and they were wary of doctors. This started to happen after the hospital started to take responsibility for its own profits and losses. There were indeed doctors who, in addition, there was also a group of people from the south who had entered the industry. The hospital's reputation had been tarnished. It was easy to tarnish it, but difficult to return it. Some doctors were patient when they encountered such patients. They just needed to say a few more words and explain clearly. Some young doctors were arrogant. They thought that they were the professionals and that they could not do it. They thought that they should just listen to what they had to say. You're nothing. Then the patient was sentenced. Li Yi was timid and didn't dare to be arrogant. The main thing was that his professional standards weren't good enough. It was a habit that had been preserved. Even in the Tang dynasty, it was still the same when dealing with patients. It gave people a feeling of summer's warmth, not the warmth of spring. Spring was not warm, it was chilly, and the spring breeze penetrated the bones. Spring in the north was so cold. Spring in the south was also so humid that the walls of the house were covered with green hair. Li Longji and Empress Wang didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. They were willing to stay with Li Yi. Brother Yi, I heard that you were promoted again. Li Longji asked. Thank you, Your Majesty. You knew that I was forcing the emperor to abdicate, but you still promoted me to a skit. I'm relieved. Li Yi admitted that what he had done was suspected of forcing the emperor to abdicate. The program emphasized that the emperor should cherish the people in front of him. If this was the era when Qing Feng was illiterate and randomly flipped through books, he would have been punished. Or perhaps in the later dynasties, many online literature works were also. Uncle, is Empress Wang that important? Empress Wang had never understood. Now she asked. Sister-in-law, let me tell you this. With Empress Wang, the Tang dynasty will be much less chaotic. Without her, alas, Li let out a sigh. Li Longji's heart tightened and his face changed. When he looked at Empress Wang again, he suddenly found that his wife was so beautiful. Empress Wang smiled and two dimples appeared. Uncle, tell me, what's good about Empress Wang? Good and bad are relative. The most important thing is that Empress Wang is here and the harem is stable. When His Majesty is in trouble, Empress Wang will rush to help, but others can't. The others are beautiful, good at flattery, good at internal strife, and bad at external strife. They only think about the benefits of themselves and their clansmen all day long, and don't think about His Majesty. Empress Wang's heart is with His Majesty. If someone assassinates His Majesty, Empress Wang will fight side by side with His Majesty, and the other women can only hide behind His Majesty. As for Empress Wang's appearance, I haven't seen her, but I think she's not bad. At least, she's lively and dignified. In terms of appearance, His Majesty can't accept her. I heard that she always plays with the shuttlecock in the harem. Li Yi said the situation. To be honest, he didn't want to change the harem. It was too chaotic. He wanted to develop the Tang dynasty, and he wanted to fight with the harem? Yes. What do you think, Sam Lang? Is Empress Wang beautiful? Empress Wang asked Li Longji. Okay, I know. I've seen her a few times. Li Longji said firmly. He was moved now. Thinking back, his wife was indeed in the front. But they didn't have children, and the officials and other people in the palace wanted to crown a prince. Yes. Empress Wang was satisfied. She felt that drinking the stewed egg soup was full of sweetness, even if it was salty. Uncle, what if a woman was in the position of Empress? Empress Wang suddenly asked after eating 2 mouthfuls of stewed egg soup. Li Yi's eyes narrowed, and his pupils contracted. He pursed his lips and said, surnamed Wu? She can't. Li Longji didn't know why, but he felt that this gentle brother, he suddenly changed, and a kind of fierceness appeared. In other words, it was a murderous aura, not holding back at all. Li Longji felt uncomfortable under this pressure, but then again he was third brother, not His Majesty. Brother Yi, I've seen Wu Ji once. She's a very obedient person. Li Longji said. Empress Wang lowered her head and poked the stewed egg soup. It's fake. She will frame others and collude with foreign officials. However, she has the will of a Wugong, but not the will of a Wugong. After disrupting the court, Li Yi suddenly stopped, smiled, and drank the soup and ate the biscuits. Li Longji couldn't help but look at his brother Yi again. Did he know about the future? Then what about Empress Wang? Empress Wang was happy. Uncle is so good, he supports me. Empress Wang has no children. That's a big problem. But it's strange that His Majesty should appoint Zhao Li Fei's son, Liang, as crown prince. Could it be that the words of the children outside Xingqing Palace made His Majesty hesitate? Li Yi was puzzled. In an instant, Li Longji's hair stood on end. He was glad that he met brother Yi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good in the future. He glanced at Empress Wang. Empress Wang rolled her eyes at him. Uncle, I sent the rest of the medicine you gave me. I heard that Empress Wang is pregnant about the same time as me. She has a child? That's great. It's okay, even if it's a girl. At least it proves that the Empress can give birth. If she can't give birth, she can give birth to a few more children in the future. Eventually there will be a boy. Li Yi was happy and said, ask them to roast a whole lamb at noon. Congratulate His Majesty and Empress Wang. San Lang, do you think that Uncle's position is too low? He thought about His Majesty and Empress Wang. Why don't you try to persuade the higher-ups to give the position to Guanglu Dafu? Empress Wang took the initiative to ask Li Yi for an official position. What Taijing Dafu? Just from the name, it didn't sound good. It was a secondary, 4th-rank doctor. Okay, I'll try. Li Longji agreed. He was going to give the position of Guanglu Dafu in 2 days. After a few days, he would give the position of Guanglu Dafu. Chapter 266. From Li Longji's point of view, he could even give Yi Tianyi an official position, let alone an official position. If not for the fact that he did not want to destroy their brotherly relationship, he could have just given Yi Tianyi an official position. Wasn't it just a prime minister? Did Yi Tianyi have the talent to be a prime minister? The 3 prime ministers all came over to ask about policy, as well as Chang, and in Ministry of Works. As the emperor and eldest brother, they had troubled Yi Tianyi a lot in civil and military matters. Li Longji felt that he was selfish. Yi Tianyi clearly had the talent to be a prime minister, but he did not put him in the political affairs hall. He wanted to maintain this relationship. When he had something to ask, he would come over. When he had nothing to do, he would come over. He did not want a monarch. Third brother, sister-in-law, it doesn't matter whether you are an official or not. With you around, no one can bully me, Zhuangzi. I am already satisfied. Li Yi told the truth. Until now, not a single official had come to cause trouble. Previously, there were 5 students who wanted to take advantage of him, but he had not seen them again. Clearly, it was his eldest brother and third brother who took action. If the Qianyu guards, Gao Lisher, and the others outside Zhuangzi did not have a channel, how could it be possible? This meant that his 2 elder brothers and the 4 elder brothers that he had not met before had put in effort. They did not take the benefits for free. They really did work for him. After spending the money, there were many cases where the other party did not work for him. It was just like handing out flyers. After 1,000 flyers were sent out, if 3 people bought something with the flyers, it would be considered a success. 2 was acceptable, but if 1 did not, it meant that the flyers were not written well, or the person who distributed the flyers did not do his best. As for his eldest brother and third brother, as long as they took out something good, they would definitely take care of it. At the same time, they would not forget their own share. What else could he ask for? Li Longji did not know what Li Yi was thinking. He said, embarrassedly, I think it will take a while. It won't do to rise too quickly. The provincial capital will reject it. Third brother, the children in the village study is too boring. They work very hard, but they still want to have a holiday. This is a problem with education. I've come up with a new idea. Li Yi wanted to promote his method of teaching children. He had experienced it himself. He did not like to study, especially when it came to politics and the superiority of the communist class. At that time, the requirements were very strict. They couldn't even make a single mistake. Whatever current affairs he joined later had nothing to do with him. She had been memorizing since junior high school. At that time, it was almost the same as now. She was still growing up and couldn't sleep well. Her head was filled with political and language stuff to memorize. For example, something like, in the spring of the 4th year of the Qing calendar, Tang was banished to Bailing County. The next year, the government will be smooth and the people will be at peace. Hundreds of things will be done. The content of the learning exercise questions required him to memorize them and write them down. He had to say that this person was good and was good at managing the place. Only when he grew up did he realize that he was just bragging. In a year's time, the government and the people will be harmonious and all kinds of waste will be replaced. That's a prefecture, not a village, and definitely not Zhuangzi. Bailing County is equivalent to a city. You will go there in the spring of the 1st year and become its leader. In the 2nd year, public security and infrastructure construction were completed, and the economy was on the right track. GDP and GNP increased by dozens of times. Are you going there to plant poppies? Refined and exported? Otherwise, how did you do it? Fan Zhongyan, tell me the truth. How many hacks did you use with Tang Zijing? Li Yi was very resistant to these things that he had to memorize. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Why did he have to memorize all kinds of nonsense? Now it was the turn of the children in Zhuangzi. He put himself in their shoes. He still had to memorize what he had to memorize, but it could be more fun. Li Yi was dissatisfied. He felt that he had been fooled. It wasn't fun at all. After dinner, Li Longji and Empress Wang were willing to take a look at the children. These little guys had performed too well yesterday. Li Yi led them over. The 42 students were busy with their own imperial examinations and couldn't be taught for the time being. The 220 students were divided into classes. They were in charge of the education of the children in Zhuangzi, the Zhang family's village, the migrant workers' colony, and the imperial plantation. Today, they had received something new and were playing with the children in the plantation. Yes, playing. When Li Yi and the others went over, 10 children in a small classroom were throwing dice. On the ground, there was a huge game that looked like a Monopoly game that had just been created. The teacher stood at the side and watched. One of the children threw the dice. It showed 5. The person next to him picked up the pot with the word 5 written on it and shook it. A stick fell out. The teacher took it and said, "What is the next sentence in the 1,000-character text?" The person who answers it correctly will be rewarded with 100 coins and can buy land. The child thought for a moment and said, "Golden character text. Jade leaves Kangong." "Good. Advance by 6 squares and you will be rewarded with 100 coins. Take it. You can buy land later and then collect rent." The teacher gave the child a small sign with 100 coins written on it. The second child threw the dice. The number was 1. The pot with the word 1 fell out. It said, "Young people don't learn." What was the next sentence? The child frowned and thought for a while before saying, "What is it?" If the answer is wrong, take a step back. The teacher was impartial. The other children were flipping through the books and memorizing with all their might. It was impossible that they didn't want to learn. If they couldn't answer it now, they couldn't buy land. The others had already bought a lot of land. "Brother E, you should be the prime minister." Li Longji clasped his fists and bowed. He really bowed. He understood. He didn't like to learn when he was young. But why didn't anyone teach him to play? Playing while taking tests. Children who didn't know how to play were naturally willing to learn in order to get a good place to play. Playing while learning, who would dare to think of that? Li Longji was convinced. "Brother E, you are amazing. You spent so much effort to go to the workshop early in the morning just to get this kind of toy." "Third brother, don't talk nonsense. The 3 prime ministers are still alive." Li E corrected him. He was in a good mood. Sure enough, playing was the mainstream. The game could be upgraded. How much you memorized today, how much you calculated tomorrow. Who said the children didn't like it? Do you want to build a city on that piece of land that you bought to collect more taxes? The 6 numbers in the bamboo pot could be written at will. In the future, they would even be given 2 dice. Moreover, the children's results today would be recorded and saved. They could continue tomorrow. In addition, there were musical instruments, calligraphy, painting, and other subjects. The children learned as they played. Perhaps they would even dream of how much land they had occupied tonight. "Uncle, what you did for the village children today will be remembered forever." Empress Wang praised. She also discovered that it was too fun, not to mention the children. Even she wanted to participate. Some people had to work hard to learn. However, when it came to Zhuangzi, it was a different story. "Brother E, are you willing to offer this method to the imperial court?" Li Longji asked. He knew that if it was a big family, they would definitely keep it a secret. "I will write a simple framework and take it to see if others can correct it," Li Yi said modestly. What he meant was that if he gave it to them, he wouldn't keep it a secret. If others wanted to learn, they could learn and expand. "Uncle, this game is too big. Can't you write it on a smaller piece of paper?" Empress Wang asked. Of course, Li Yi agreed. What he was using now was a big sand table. The children had to walk a few steps to reach it. Then he said, "I plan to choose a place and build a smaller building. If I expand this a few times, the children can play by themselves. I can even build a house a few feet high." Chapter 267. Li Yi brought Li Longji and Empress Wang to see a few more places where the children were learning. The children in the village were of different ages and had different understandings of knowledge. The children who progressed quickly played with the children who were about the same age, and the questions were more difficult. Some of the children who had just joined the army at the end of last year had just learned a few additions and subtractions and memorized a few sentences of the 3-character classic. Naturally, they were very simple. They counted with their fingers to add up to 10, and they looked very serious. The older children were slightly better at learning because they had the help of counting chips. There were also those who were asked to memorize pinyin, recognize words, write a word, and so on. Those who always answered incorrectly were angry with themselves and squatted down to draw circles. Li Yi and the others always had a smile on their faces. How long will this class last? Li Longji looked at the little guy who was frowning there. He moved his little person to the back and flipped through the book and asked with a smile, "The whole morning. Learn by yourself in the afternoon. There will be no new content for the next 2 days. During the holidays, all of you are playing like crazy and have forgotten most of the previous knowledge." Li Yi talked about the children's learning situation. He was not too strict with the children's learning requirements. The only requirement was that they must be serious when learning. There was a period of time every day when the children had to go to the toy room to play and run outside. Yes, it's easy to forget after learning. I was like that when I was young. Empress Wang used herself as an example. After looking around, Empress Wang went to rest when they returned to the courtyard. Li Longji drank tea and asked, "Brother Yi, do you know the difference between the lessons taught in the local family school and the official school?" Li Yi looked at the teacup, just like me, Zhuangzi. The school is better than the official school. It teaches a variety of things, and at the same time, it guides people to do things. Yes, Li Longji nodded. It's the problem of the teaching materials. There are some in use in the previous dynasty, but there aren't any new textbooks in this dynasty. In addition, the teachers hired by the family school are more knowledgeable, while the local official school has no hope of promotion and is full of people who mess around all day. The family school teaches interests, while the official school teaches Confucianism. The students in the official school are at a disadvantage. They can't win against the people from the family school in scheming. Li Yi analyzed the situation and laid it out. Li Longji held the teacup and took small sips. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, his entire body felt refreshed. He put down the teacup and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi came up with his own idea. First, we need to compile new teaching materials and add more strategies, in order to distinguish between the Confucian schools. How do I write a new book? Li Longji was worried. Writing a new book was very difficult. If third brother wants to give His Majesty advice, I can write down the 36 stratagems, gather the past stories and historical facts, and tell us how to apply the strategy. Li Yi decided to take one, a simple but interesting book. Oh, can you name one or two? Li Longji couldn't wait. The first plan is to deceive the heavens and cross the sea. If you are prepared, you will be lazy, but if you see it frequently, you will not be suspicious. Yin is within Yang, not opposite of Yang. The sun, the moon. Write it based on the story of Emperor Taizong Shuili. In the 17th year of Jingguan, Emperor Taizong personally led an army of 300,000 soldiers. The Sui dynasty attacked Qin, and the Sui dynasty general He Bai was ordered to lead the defense of Jiang. Li began to copy. He could copy any story from before. What a good strategy! Li Longji listened to the first stratagem and clapped his hands in praise. There was a story, a plan, and an explanation. He rubbed his hands. What's the second stratagem? The second stratagem is to attack Wei to save Zhao. It's better to divide the enemy than to share the enemy, and it's better to attack Yang than Yin. Controlling the army is like controlling a flood. The sharp one avoids the sharp point, and it's like guiding the flow. Zhao attacked Wei. King Wei ordered Pang Wan to attack Zhao. Sun Bin came up with a plan to attack Xiangling. Li Yi said the second stratagem. He didn't speak quickly, but he analyzed it carefully. After all, it was just copying, so it wasn't difficult. Good, good. Attacking Wei to save Zhao is a good idea. Li Longji took a big gulp of tea. He turned to look at Li Yi. What's the third stratagem? Let me think about it. It's already noon. Li Yi didn't want to say any more. He was tired. He wrote it down and handed it to his third brother. Li Longji wanted to continue, but nodded. It was indeed time to eat. The tea was cold, and he took a big gulp. He was satisfied. As expected, coming to Zhuangzi to ask was the right thing to do. Asking the prime ministers was useless. Looking at brother Yi, he came up with ideas and books. The two of them went out. Empress Wang was already sitting in the private room. They were eating duck for lunch. Pieces of duck meat were placed on the table. It was still duck soup. Then there were cucumber strips, shredded onions, and braised and stir-fried duck innards. Li Yi wasn't very willing to eat. The ducks were fat and oily. The children loved to eat them. They washed their hands and rolled the duck meat and shredded onions into small pancakes. She took small bites, and when she was satisfied, she pursed her lips and smiled. The adults were the same. They ate slowly and carefully. Where did the head, neck, wings, and claws go? Empress Wang looked at the duck rack in the soup and then looked at the duck meat on the table. She discovered that something was missing. It's a snack and a side dish. Zhuangzi, adults also love to eat snacks. It's not just the little ones. Li Yi glanced at Qing Song as he spoke. Qing Song left his seat. A moment later, he brought over a plate. On the plate was something that Empress Wang didn't see. Yes, I also like to eat. Empress Wang reached out and grabbed a duck head. She began to gnaw on it without the help of a palace maid. Li Longji's mouth moved. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He took a sip of the soup. Third brother, you're craving wine. How about you drink with me? Li Yi said. Okay. Li Longji agreed as soon as Li Yi finished speaking. He wanted to drink wine, but he felt that he had to go back to work in the afternoon. He had to endure it. Get the brewed white wine. 3 taels of wine. Li Yi asked Tao Hong to do it. Li Longji nodded. 1 tael and a half each was not much. If they drank wine, it would not match the dishes. If they drank yellow wine, they would not be able to drink the soup after drinking a big bowl. White wine was just right. Empress Wang gnawed on half of the duck head and put it on the plate. She picked up a piece of paper and wiped her hands. Where did Uncle throw the pig, duck, and chicken feathers? She remembered that Zhuangzi ate good food every day. Where did the feathers of the poultry and livestock go? The pig's hair is used to make brushes. The duck's hair is placed separately. The wool is used to make clothes and bedding in winter. The chicken feathers and selected duck feathers are also used to make clothes, but the villagers don't wear them. Li Yi gave the answer. It was not easy to choose the cloth outside to make down jackets with duck feathers. It was easy to leak the feathers. Bad duck and chicken feathers were not suitable to make down jackets, but they could be put in clothes. It was better than wearing lined jackets. So be it. Winter would be over when the hairs were leaking. Are the bad feathers for sale? Li Longji asked. Send them to Grief Field Square for other people to wear. Li Yi wanted to donate something. The donation could not be too good. What if it was intercepted? Li Longji nodded and did not say anything. There was no need to praise him anymore. When the wine was ready, Li Longji took a sip and said, The local family school will be taking books from the official school this time. The 36 stratagems are so good, Li Longji said and suddenly hesitated. The 36 stratagems were good. He felt that 2 of them were good. There were still 34 left. He would give them to others to learn. For a moment he was reluctant. Chapter 268. Li Longji felt that such a good book should be kept in his family. He shook his head and ate the braised duck liver, giving up the idea of keeping it. As the emperor, he did not want to spread good things to the world. What was the difference between him and the other families? Spread it, so that the gap between the official school and the family school would not be so big. San Lang, what are the 36 stratagems? Empress Wang asked. The first stratagem is to cross the sea by deception. Li Longji had a good memory. He told Empress Wang about it while eating. It's fun. What's the second stratagem? Empress Wang also had the same problem. Brother, he has not thought of it yet. Li Longji was more straightforward and did not say anything. Li Longji and Empress Wang enjoyed the roast duck. They rested for a while and left. Zhuangzi's method of teaching children to play while learning is good. When we return to the palace, follow it. Empress Wang said to Li Longji in the carriage. She was acting generous at the moment. As long as she could give birth to a son, others were not a threat. Because the crown prince had a good teacher, others could only find a great scholar. What was the use of a great scholar? When she looked at those who taught children in the palace, she felt that they were scum. Very good. Li Longji had the same plan and took it out when they returned. He wanted to show those teachers who talked reason to children all day to study hard. The 36 stratagems were written by Brother E specifically to break the family school. When it is finished, it will be printed into a book and sent to all the official schools. Li Longji was satisfied with this trip. Not only did he get away to deal with the family school, but he also learned how to teach children. It's not easy to do it in the distant prefectures. First, try it in the elementary schools in Tang and to target children. The older students of the Imperial College naturally do not need to be taught. Those people should bear their own responsibilities. Li Longji had to make arrangements. Uncle, the older children in Zhuangzi are sensible, especially the girls. There are also teenagers above 16 years old who do not forget to study when they are working. Empress Wang is very pleased when she talks about the eldest child of the village. His Excellency Zhuangzi still has to go to night school. We'll see in a few years. The farmers are amazing. Li Longji sighed. Indeed, everyone knows how to read and write. Uncle has a lot of skills and usually gives us pictures and explanations. The craftsmen have to be able to understand them. Empress Wang said as she opened her snacks, took out a duck neck, and started chewing on it. Li Longji glanced at it and shook his head gently. He pulled the rope in the car twice and the car slowed down. He said, "The current officials are the children of many former officials. There are too few ordinary families." "Ah." Empress, Wang replied while chewing her food. "When I go back, I'll get them to write books. I don't want all of them to be Confucian books." Li Longji found that the books from before were not enough, especially when it came to economics. Making money was the most important thing. With money, one could do whatever they wanted. Without money, they couldn't even fight a war. Once they fought, the pensions and provisions would be gone. If we say that the Tang dynasty is rich, there's only that much every year and it can't increase much. If we say that we don't have money, even if we can't get a seat in earthly paradise, there will still be people who apply for membership cards every day. Li Longji said. He couldn't wait to snatch it. Pyongkong Square. Before the sky turned dark, silk and satin were sent in, and copper coins were transported in boxes. Who had the money? Empress Wang replied again. After she finished chewing on a duck neck, she wiped her hands and drank a mouthful of warm water. "You can't eat too much, duck neck. My tongue hurts. Duck feet too," Li Longji said with a smile. The car sped up and returned to the palace. The two separated. Li Longji looked for people. The 3 prime ministers and the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, came over. Seeing Wei Zhigu, Yao Chong felt awkward, but he still nodded. Yesterday, Yao Qing sent over the memorials regarding official and clan schools. I believe you all know about them. What can you do? Li Longji asked someone to bring him some tea and went straight to the point. The 4 of them looked at each other. Wei Zhigu expressed that he didn't know. He was in the Ministry of Works. How could they send things to him? Official schools are inferior to clan schools. The imperial examinations are inferior to clan schools. Zhang Shuo explained to Wei Zhigu. They're also good imperial students. Wei Zhigu said. That's because the people from clan schools saw that there weren't enough recommendations, so they participated in the selection of official schools. Lu Huaixin said. Oh, Wei Zhigu thought about it and expressed that he understood. The 4 of them looked at each other again. Yao Chong spoke first. Your Majesty, did you just come back from Zhuangzi? Zhuangzi was specifically referring to that place. I went to ask about how to teach children. The people in Zhuangzi are very resourceful. They can learn while playing. I'll tell you later. If there are children in the family who don't want to learn, they can try. Li Longji admitted that he had gone, but only said something else. Yao Chong looked at Li Longji and spoke with his eyes. Your Majesty, don't lie to me. When you went over, did you ask about the competition between clan schools and official schools? Li Longji looked back calmly. I'm asking if you have any ideas. Yao Chong, I understand. You've already asked, right? Then why do you have to make things difficult for us? Your Majesty, this official thinks that we should vigorously promote officials who are good at teaching official schools. Yao Chong said that there was already a method, but he wanted to strengthen it. Zhang Shuo said, this official thinks that we should send inspectors to various places. Those who don't meet the requirements should be punished severely. He also said something that already existed. It was pure nonsense. Tribute students are not allowed to occupy the student quota. Lu Huaishan might as well not have said anything. Wei Zhigu took a deep breath and said, this official thinks that we should relax the quota. Finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at his shoes very seriously. Li Longji's gaze was still calm. He looked at whoever spoke. When the four people finished speaking, Li Longji slowly nodded. It's already good that you can think of this. The four people knew that it wasn't a compliment. His Majesty seemed to be saying, I know you're only capable of this, but I didn't expect you to come up with a good idea. Your Majesty, does the imperial physician have another idea? Yao Chong asked with a glimmer of hope. He hoped that Li Yi also couldn't come up with a good idea. Add more textbooks. Add some useful textbooks to teach to the students of the official schools. This will shorten the gap between the official schools and the family schools. Li Longji said lightly. The four people looked at each other for the third time and nodded. Your Majesty, the imperial physician's idea is not bad, but who will write the books? Yao Chong asked the key question. I will write the books. Li Longji said, Your Majesty, do you have time? Zhang Shuo asked, Who else can I count on? None of the civil and military officials can do it. Naturally, I will do it. Li Longji's words were still as light as a feather. This official is guilty. Yao Chong hurriedly admitted his mistake. This official is guilty. The other three people followed. Then let's discuss what book to write, how to write it, and who will write it. In a few days, I have a book here. 36 stratagems. I'll tell you the first stratagem. To cross the sea by deception. Li Longji began to speak. He reorganized his words and did his best to make the story more lively. Yao Chong and the other three were stupefied and dumbstruck. After the first stratagem, Zhang Shuo hurriedly said, The second stratagem. Think of a new book. Li Longji didn't give a second stratagem. There were only 2 stratagems in total. He had to hold back. Chapter 269. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister walked out of the hall. Wei Zhigu cupped his fists and quickly left to return to his Ministry of Works. Yao Chong and the other 2 were left behind. He glanced left and right, speechless. Grand Physician Li Yi, this person is not bad. Lu Huaishan spoke first. Zhang Shuo gave him a look of disdain. Of course you think he's not bad. Your house is being renovated, and your rented house is just across the street. If you have the ability, you can impeach him. I, Zhang Shuo, admit that you have strength of character. Lu Huaishan pretended not to notice. In any case, his house had 6 floors, and it was said that it could be built on top. Yao Chong also looked at him with disdain. Huaishan, since we agreed that you would invest 10% of the cotton candy and get 5% of the profits, you should check the accounts. Recently, people have been lining up to buy cotton candy. UNG, did I offend you? Lu Huaishan questioned. Just kidding. Haha. Yao Chong laughed. He continued, Li Yi is really amazing. He rarely comes out, but every time he does, he causes trouble. How can he understand so many things in Zhuangzi? 17 years old. After Yao Chong finished speaking, he bent his back and walked away with his head lowered. Zhang Shuo looked at Yao Chong with a trace of pity. Although the 2 used to fight to the death, They now felt that they were facing a common enemy. UNG, don't be discouraged. Li Yi is lacking in some areas and is soft-hearted. For example, towards the poor. Zhang Shua tried to comfort him. We're not poor people. Why don't you try offending him? Make him soft-hearted for once. Yao Chong did not accept this kind of consolation. Sigh. Lu Huaishan sighed. A single youth had forced the two prime ministers to unite. Yao Chong glanced at Lu Huaishan. Li Yi's greatest strength is not in creating new farming tools. No matter how good he is, it's fine to just reward him. It's also not in the pursuit of wealth. He gives a lot of benefits to the farmers and they support him. It's also a reward. The most frightening thing about him is that when we face political questions, you and I have both brought up difficult things that we find difficult to solve. In front of him, he easily came up with a good solution. When the latrine freezes in winter, he directly solved it. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua nodded. Yes, you're right, but what can we do? His Majesty asked us about the family school and the official school today. Why didn't we think of writing some useful books for the students to learn? What was even more impressive about Li Yi was that after coming up with the idea, he directly gave him a book. Did you prepare everything in advance? Otherwise, how could it be possible? The three of them returned to the political affairs hall gloomily and began to write letters to their friends and family. She had to write down the methods that His Majesty had told her about to increase her children's interest in learning. Lu Huaishan didn't mention the issue of the family school and the official school. It would be revealed soon, so it didn't matter whether he mentioned it or not. Conflict was inevitable. The local races didn't have much of a chance of winning because Li Yi was here. In the end, after a few years, the young disciples competed fairly with the poor. The advantage of the clans was that they were powerful. Many people with official positions were from the clans and could receive a certain amount of care. The disadvantage was that His Majesty would definitely favor the poor over the aristocratic families. The two sides would continue to fight. Asterisk after learning from the cadaver and preparing to eat dinner, Li Yi welcomed Gao Lisher, who had come to get crabs. Li Dongzhu, someone in the palace wants to eat crabs. Do you have more here? Gao Lisher was still so direct. Yes, I heard from sister-in-law that the Empress is pregnant. She can't eat it. Li Yi didn't refuse, but emphasized. That's right. Gao Lisher's smile froze. He secretly gave the Empress a thumbs up. She had given Li Yi a reassuring pill first. Otherwise, looking at Li Yi's appearance, he would continue to think of ways to assist. It was a waste of manpower and resources. Yes, Li Yi was certain. He turned around and asked someone to prepare a gift for Gao Lisher. Every time Gao Lisher came, Li Yi would give him something. Now there were always people who came to pour alcohol. 1 CUN per time could last for more than 10 days. Some came once every 2 or 3 days. They treated the lighter as a toy and showed it around. The lighter was not sold outside. It was all from the palace and Li Qingqi, including the people who poured toilet water and glycerin. Zhuangzi could get more than 20 CUN per day on average, including the reduced soy sauce, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and candles. Zhuangzi's average income was 100 CUN per day. There was also the income from bamboo weaving, which provided vegetables for Heavenly World. The income from the greenhouse tourism project in Zhang's village. However, no one came to buy the light bulbs. Obviously, they felt that they were not easy to use and always broke. They passed on the message that they would buy the light bulbs that could last longer. These didn't seem to be a lot. Zhuangzi also had a lot of people to support. However, Li Yi hadn't seriously made money yet. The pottery needed to be sold and the paper made were piled up in warehouses. He had to thank Gao Lisher for the lighters. He took a lot of them every time he came. Some people were reluctant to use them and thought that they could be lit whenever they wanted. In fact, Zhuangzi didn't have the manufacturing technology. After a while, the alcohol would evaporate by itself. Li Dongzhu, give me 2 more jars of stinky tofu. Recently, Many people in the palace have asked for it. If we open a jar, it will be gone in less than a day. Gao Lishir wanted stinky tofu alone. People from all the palaces and halls in the palace asked him for stinky tofu to improve their relationship and asked him if he had any orders. The women in the palace were addicted to stinky tofu. They also found that eating stinky tofu and fermented bean curd could sometimes make their stomachs feel better. If there is too much stinky tofu, it won't taste as good in the palace. Li Yi was worried about the palace. It's such a big imperial city. A little taste is nothing to worry about. Gao Lishir waved his hand. Not long after, the gift for Gao Lishir was sent over. There were 50 lighters. He asked him to continue giving them away. When more people use them and find out that there is no alcohol, there will be a large income. Then there were 10 jars of fermented bean curd and 10 jars of stinky tofu, plus a small jar of braised food. There were no vegetables. The palace didn't lack vegetables. Li Dongzhu, I have a question. The weather will get hotter and hotter, and I will sweat a lot. I won't have time to bathe. Sometimes the toilet water can cover the smell, but… Gao Lishir didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Pearl powder is too expensive, right? Li Yi asked. Gao Lishir nodded. Indeed. The pollen of the pine trees in the north of Hebei province is very good after it dries. Otherwise, there is another kind of powder that people use now. It is talc powder. Too much talc powder is not good for people, especially girls. Li Yi explained. He didn't want to use talc powder. It was spring, and the pine trees were going to bloom, including Fujian and Zhejiang. He could buy it from there, but there were many pine trees in the northeast. He could exchange it with the chitons. Gao Lishir understood. Look for the chitons and exchange it for the flowers of the pine trees? Can we use soap? Yes, I will provide the soap. General Gao can exchange it. When I come back, I will make it. We will split it equally. Li Yi suggested. Okay, I will ask someone later. When the time comes, I will get the soap from you. Gao Lishir agreed. Chapter 270. Goodbye, goodbye, General Gao. Remember to arrange it quickly. Don't be late. Li Yi stood on the other side of the Baishui Bridge and waved goodbye to Gao Lishir and his entourage. I'll ask someone tonight. Gao Lishir was also anxious and agreed. Watching the entourage disappear from sight, Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs, Remember to remind me tomorrow morning to make a strategy for the northeast. Oh, chiton. Got it, Dongzhu. I heard that chiton people are not easy to talk to. They are very fierce, Tao Hong said. Fierce? They are suppressed by the Tang dynasty and the Turks. Today they come here and tomorrow they come back. How fierce can they be? Influenced by the climate and latitude. There are many good things there. Li Yi didn't care what chiton people thought. He had a way to make them trade with the Tang dynasty. In addition to his big brother, there was also Gao Lishir's line. Gao Lishir hurried back to the palace and directly reported to Li Longji. Yes, it's spring. Since he is thinking about the things there, you organize people to do it. Li Longji delegated power. Gao Lishir took the order and prepared to find a professional to be in charge. At the same time, he could also inquire about information from chiton. Spring had indeed come. The night in Chang and began to turn dark. The ice lanterns were moved away, or they would melt into a pile of water. The candles were placed in the lanterns. Without so much refraction, they didn't seem bright enough. There were still many people going to the east and west markets to spend the night. Those with poor economic conditions naturally didn't sleep and made mud. It was agreed that in February, the Li family's farmstead would no longer accept any more ores. The other kills also received similar news. While there were still more than 10 days left, the people worked overtime. In their view, this was the last chance to make money. At night in the east and west markets, food was sold the most, followed by some dough figurines, clay figurines, and other small objects. There were also new storytellers telling stories at the tea stalls. The stall owners hired them, and sometimes they would be rewarded. As for luxury goods, there was no one. They were probably afraid of being robbed when it was dark. Those selling livestock and poultry were also not seen. The smell of barbecue, frying, steaming, and all kinds of food drifted in the air. Li Qingqi took his wife, Consort Yuan of Song, to the East Market by car. They didn't enter the earthly paradise, but went straight to the back. Madame Yuan was very happy. There was more money at home, and there were more daily necessities such as small mirrors and soap. What she got was an entire makeup box. They could eat cucumbers in winter, but they couldn't eat them every meal. Winter melons were out of the question. Ever since her man got to know that mysterious young man, the 5 princely residences had changed. However, his Kingsong residence was the best. Whenever there was a new item, he would immediately bring it over. "Are you here to eat today?" Madame Yuan asked. "I don't want to eat. The food outside is not as delicious as the ones in the mansion. If you want to eat, go to the heavenly world and ask them to cook for you," Li Qingqi said as he took out a pen and paper. There was an electric lamp in the car. If it was burned out, he could change it. If it was almost out, he would go to Li Yi to get it. "I need to remember what the people in East City like to buy. Once the oysters are sold out, the next thing we can buy from the seaside is other seafood. Shrimps and dried shrimps are available now. Let's see the price and how many people buy them. For this kind of seafood, the other sea areas in the Coldwater Sea are better, such as the mussels recorded in Area and the clams recorded in Shinnom's Materia Medica. The best place is the place now occupied by Khitan, followed by Laizhou and Dengzhou in Hunan Province," Li Qingqi said to Madame Yuan. Madame Yuan's eyes were full of stars. Her man was so talented. He was talking about Area and Shinnom's Materia Medica. "Are you going to trade?" Madame Yuan knew that Dalong was going to organize a team to trade with Khitan. "No, go directly to the sea over there. Khitan doesn't have a decent navy. As long as we don't go ashore, they can't do anything to us." Li Qingqi didn't care about other countries' navies, not to mention Khitan. Other countries' warships were the same size, but the Tang dynasty's navy was stronger. According to his idea, he would transfer some navies to fish and then share the profits with his third brother. The navy would give him benefits. How dare Khitan provoke him just to fish for seafood? "Do you believe that I won't take a big Quantianhu from Brother Yi to attack you?" "Yes, the Quantianhu is more effective in naval battles. I have to talk to Brother Yi." Thinking of the Quantianhu, Li Qingqi felt that he had discovered a big secret. Madame Yuan asked with a smile, "Is the Quantianhu the little thing that flies out with a whoosh after being lit?" "The one we set off is small. Brother Yi has a big one. It can fly very far. When it explodes, it will blow up and make a hole in the ground." Li Qingqi gestured a few times. "Can it fly from Zhuangzi to the imperial city?" Madame Yuan asked again. "Sure. Don't think about it." Li Qingqi was shocked. He lowered his voice. "It's too far to fly there. My third brother has asked, but if it's transported into the city and fired around the imperial city, it's estimated that it can blow up a lot of places. It's so dangerous. If it's in Li Yi's hands, won't it?" Madame Yuan was worried that Li Yi would rebel. "It's best if it's in his hands. He's not that ambitious. Once he finds something powerful, he will tell us. Otherwise, why would the Qianyu guards be sent there? I'm afraid that someone will rob them. If they can't stop them, Brother Yi will have to exchange his life for something again." Li Qingqi, like Li Longji and Empress Wang, thought that if Li Yi went crazy, he would definitely have a lot of combat power. None of the equipment inside should be available in the mortal world. Since it could be exchanged for things that could save people, it could also be exchanged for things that could kill people. However, they couldn't let Li Yi exchange for things just because someone would rob them. What if he died? "Oh," Madame Yuan nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. "Does it mean that if Li Yi wants to, he can shoot something from Zhuangzi to the imperial city now?" "I don't know." Li Qingqi shook his head. He didn't ask, and he didn't want to ask. At this time, the carriage stopped. There was a place that sold seafood next to it. Li Qingqi didn't have any oysters to sell. He froze the remaining ones and ate them slowly. The others also froze some of the oysters in their hands. Now the price was higher. The bigger shrimps were skewered and fried in oil or roasted over charcoal fire. Clams and mussels were also soaked and fried. Then they were put on a plate and eaten with sauce or mustard. Some were also fried with scallions. With the addition of scallions, the price was much higher. The closer it was to this stage, the less scallions were left. The carriage moved to the side. They couldn't block other people's business. Li Qingqi looked through the car window. His carriage was also fully protected. Madame Yuan also looked and said, "There are a lot of people buying them. They can make money. Now, they are selling according to size. They don't differentiate between cold water and warm water. I have to ask Brother how to differentiate between them." Li Qingqi had a lot of ideas now. He knew that he had to make something different from others to make money. Madame Yuan nodded to show her support. "Yes, our family needs a lot of money. Although it's useless, we still have to give some to the people. Otherwise, if we keep so much money and can't spend it all, could it be that we want to?" Chapter 271. On the 20th day of the first lunar month, the sky was gloomy. No one knew if it was going to snow or rain. The merchants in Tang and received the news that starting in February, they would start to collect sanitation management fees. It's said to be paid once a month. It's not much. They only collect money from the shops. They don't collect money from the stalls or the sellers. Someone said to the merchant next to him, "Is it to sweep the streets? Isn't it always done? Why do they collect money?" More merchants gathered to express their confusion. It's different. It used to be a fixed time for the garbage to be delivered. Now it's delivered several times a day. They can throw it away at any time. They even give a trash can. What's the difference? It's hot. The garbage will smell after a long time. I sell cloth. I don't have any garbage, but there's dust outside. They help to sprinkle water after sweeping. How do they pay? They measure the size of the shop. Your shop is twice as big as mine. If I pay 100, you pay 200. 200 is not much. I'm afraid it'll be more than that. The merchants were talking, but the officials in the court were silent. They pretended not to know, and no one tried to persuade them. They knew how profitable it was to lift the curfew. The merchants were willing to pay as long as they were allowed to sell at night. Now they said they would pay more people to sweep the streets and sprinkle the water. Every square was a residential area. Some of them would do some small business in the temples or Taoist temples. Others didn't. They felt that if they hired more people in Chang, and they wouldn't make any money, they would just use the merchants to support others and make the streets cleaner. There was nothing to persuade them. They had eaten a lot of vegetables in the winter, which were given by His Majesty. After the court meeting, Yao Chong went to Li Longji alone. "Your Majesty, how much money can you make by collecting sanitation fees and increasing the number of times you clean Chang'an?" Yao Chong was curious. In his opinion, if Li Yi came up with an idea, it wouldn't be so simple. "I don't want to compete with the people for profit," Li Longji said. "Yao Chong." He took a deep breath to show that he believed it. Then he asked, "Then is the money collected enough to hire people to clean the streets?" "It should be enough," Li Longji said with uncertainty. "Your Majesty, your humble subject, serves your Majesty wholeheartedly. Let the people get used to it first, especially the merchants." Li Longji hurriedly explained when he saw that Yao Chong was feeling wronged. And then, Yao Chong had achieved his goal. Then there are also businessmen who want to enter the city. They also have to pay the sanitation fee. If they pay less at a time, they won't accept empty carts. Li Longji finally mentioned the place where he could make the most money, which was the mobile vehicles. If he were to push a small cart or carry a shoulder pole, he would not be charged. Of course, those who came in by water were also taken in. Based on this calculation, a day's worth of money wasn't a small sum. The key was that the merchants were used to paying some money, so there wouldn't be much of a conflict when taxes were collected in the future. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Yao Chong was convinced. He left Xingqing Hall and looked up at the sky. He felt that it was getting gloomier. I knew Li Yi's idea wouldn't be that simple. Yao Chong shook his head, took a deep breath, and returned to the political affairs hall. Brother Yi, looking at the sky, is it going to snow? Li Qingqi came to have lunch with him today. The sky was gloomy, giving people a sense of oppression. There was also a slight breeze, which made people uncomfortable to breathe. The people who were eating did not have much of an appetite. Some of the villagers were sitting at the table in a daze, holding a book used to learn how to read and drink soup. Li Yi was in good health, so he didn't have much of a reaction. However, he sent oxygen bags to the older people in Zhuangzi. If anyone felt uncomfortable, they could take a few breaths to avoid having to be rescued after collapsing. He had an oxygen machine, so he only needed to use a little electricity. The rescue would require medicine, which was a big difference. Brother, when you leave, take a few bottles of oxygen. I will give you a pressure reducer and oxygen bags. You can see how much oxygen is left in the oxygen bottle. If it's empty, send it back to the bottle and get another one. Li Yi did not answer the question of whether it would snow or not. He didn't know either. However, he knew that the probability of diseases in this weather was high. He couldn't help others, but he estimated that they could find a way to send his brother and the others to the palace. Okay, Li Qingqi agreed. He thought of his father. He was old, so he could prepare one. He ate a mouthful of food and said, I went to see the seafood in East City. I want to go to the sea area you mentioned. How can the cold water be separated from the others? The price shouldn't be the same. I can taste it. The seafood in the cold water area grows slowly and the meat is more compact. At the same time, there is less sand. After you fish it up, don't directly dry it. You should put some salt in the shellfish and put it in a bamboo basket. They will spit out the sand in the clear water. Otherwise, it will be difficult to clean up the sand after they die. It looks like it will take some effort, but the price can be higher. It's good to eat cooked seafood as snacks. Li Yi explained the difference and processing method. He used to buy shrimps to eat. The shrimp lines in the warm water area were not removed, so it was uncomfortable to eat. However, the shrimps in the cold water were almost invisible. Of course, if they were too dry, the meat would still be compact. Li Qingqi repeated it to show that he remembered it. Brother Yi, can you bring back fresh seafood? Li Qingqi knew that the seafood transported from the seaside were all dead. He wanted to try the live ones. Use a big wooden bucket to fill with seawater or the ship's tank. Keep it all the way back. Or just fish it out. Use ice to fill it up. It's 600 miles urgent. Remember, it's best to breathe. Li Yi had never thought of eating fresh seafood. It was not like they were in another place. They could eat all kinds of seafood in Chang, and there was cold chain logistics. Where could they find live seafood in Chang and now? Forget it. Use a ship. Li Qingqi felt that a ship could be used. He specially made a big tank and filled it with seawater. Some of the seafood would die when they returned, but there would still be some fresh seafood left. There were many rich people in Chang, and they could get back all the money by selling some of the seafood. If you use a ship, don't be too dense. At the same time, change the water frequently. In fact, I have medicine here, but it's not worth using it on seafood. Li Yi saw that his brother was tempted. If they could find a ship, they could give it a try. He also wanted to eat live seafood, especially the big sea crabs in autumn. The taste was not as good as river crabs, but there was a lot of meat. Otherwise, who would dare to eat dead crabs? Okay, we will try to ship the first ship back. We will eat them first and sell the rest later. We will still invest according to the dividends and profits. Li Qingqi decided to do business first. Li Yi had never taken the money. He was the one who invested the money. But he kept the accounts, including the money from selling the oysters. A part of it was included in the operating costs. As for the public relations fee, it was given to others for free. After dinner, Li Qingqi took 10 40-liter oxygen tanks and a lot of oxygen bags and left. He went straight to the palace and through an oxygen tank to Baifu Palace. He had to use water transportation all the way here. Naturally, he would need to use water transportation. He also had to change the boat construction. He needed to tell Li Longji about this. Li Yi continued to write the 36 stratagems. He had finished 2 stratagems and was ready to let the students of Zhuangzi University copy it. Chapter 272. After inhaling this air, I feel like the sky has cleared up. In Baifu Palace, Li Dan was talking to Li Longji, who had rushed over to check on the situation. Li Qingqi was helping noble consort Lu arrange the oxygen bag. Yes, people need this air, Li Longji replied. He had inhaled it once, and it was indeed comfortable. But Li Yi didn't let him inhale too much, saying that he was still young and shouldn't rely on it. Third brother, are you still busy in the first month of this year? Li Qingqi saw that Li Longji looked tired, so he filled an oxygen bag for him. Li Longji hesitated for a moment and held it himself. When his nose touched, it was indeed comfortable. He said, "It's all about the transfer of personnel. I don't know if they have made any political achievements, but it's written well." Li Longji felt helpless when he said this. There were always people who used official channels to send some ideas, problems, and solutions to problems to the political affairs hall. This was called the Prime Minister's letter, which was written to the Prime Minister. The low-level ones couldn't be directly sent to the Emperor. Some said that they were in a good place, which meant that they wanted to be transferred. Some asked others to do it. Some said that they had a good idea, but needed money, so they asked for a grant. Others wanted to go to a better place to develop, so they told their superiors some ideas about that place. Send them there. They were better than the local officials there. What made Li Longji feel more comfortable was that Yao Chong didn't deal with the officials in the imperial court in the past few days. If he wanted to deal with the officials who were qualified to go to the imperial court, Li Longji had to give the order. Then he would arrange for them to be transferred to a place far away from the capital. If their ranks were low, Yao Chong didn't need to go through the emperor to deal with them. So many officials were demoted again and again. Some of them didn't even reach the place before they were transferred, so they changed directions on the way. Tired and angry from the long journey, they died before they reached the place. Others stubbornly lived until they reached the place. Like Yao Chong, when they saw the place, they thought, can you adapt to the climate there? No. So they changed the next year to another place with a different climate. When they reached the place, they were still alive. They were also a small official, and the people said that they were good. He didn't believe that he could change it again. After a few swaps, Yao Chong went down, but the other party was still as strong as ever. Since Yao Chong had gone down, they would naturally have a chance to come up. History was like that. Li Longji was in a good mood since he didn't see Yao Chong moving around during the first lunar month. He took a few more breaths and asked Li Qingqi, "Big brother, what did you ask in Zhuangzi today?" At this moment, Li Dan and noble consort Lu both looked at Li Qingqi. They had a good impression of Zhuangzi. The days they spent in Zhuangzi were much happier than the days they spent in Baifu Palace. As for the seafood, I wanted to go to the sea beside the Khitan Empire to fish. Brother, he gave me a method to transport seafood. Nowadays, the inspection on land routes to that place was very strict. Most of them were privately traded by merchants, and they were very profitable. Important matters could only be communicated by ship from South Hunan Province, Denglai, and other states. The imperial court strategy was in the northwest because they had spent too much on the navy. If we can catch a large amount of seafood and send them back alive, The money we earn can naturally be used to subsidize the Navy. Li Qingqi talked about the serious matter. He wanted to use the money he earned from fishing and trading to subsidize the Navy. In the past, he wouldn't care about this kind of thing since it involved the imperial court's administration. At that time, he didn't know much about it. However, after interacting with Li Yi a lot, he learned a lot by chatting with him. Seeing that he could help his third brother solve some problems, he took action. That young man is good. Noble consort Lu, who was inhaling oxygen, commented, "If it was another young man who was praised by her, it would be amazing. Her words would spread out. Then the local officials would have to pay attention to him. The young man didn't have to work hard himself. Someone would take the initiative to look for him. If it was Li Yi, no one would say anything. Naturally, no one would spread the news. He didn't need the help of the local officials. No one could even take the initiative to contact him. This young man doesn't need your help. In that case, let's give it a try. The Navy is still a deterrent to the Khitan Empire." Li Longji agreed. The imperial court didn't need to pay for it. "Third brother, I think the 36 stratagems will be finished tomorrow. I'll go take a look in the morning." During the chat, Brother Yi said that he wanted to write down all the stratagems in the romance of the 3 kingdoms that he told you before. Li Qingqi mentioned another matter. He knew that he had to fight against the imperial court's teachings. Okay, that place is always reassuring. When Li Longji thought of Li Yi, his worries disappeared instantly. Li Dan and noble consort, Lu smiled. As the person involved, Li Yi's worries came. It's not going to start again? It looks like dark clouds are hanging over the city. Is it going to be sunny at night? After finishing the 36 stratagems, Li Yi, who was preparing to continue copying the romance of the 3 kingdoms, found that the air pressure had recovered. His breathing was lighter than before. He wanted to invite the people from the Ministry of Personnel to play with him after it snowed. It was spring now, and the soil was rejuvenated. The ordinary roads became muddy. There was no grass green and no flowers bloomed. If there was a bigger snow and the scenery changed, he could make arrangements. If there was nothing, what would people see when they came over? Do I have to hold a poetry meeting in the greenhouse? Li Yi shook his head. The greenhouse was a planned planting area. Unless some of it was torn down, there would be no space. Although it was said to be torn down, in reality, some of the crops would not grow in the future. It would be a pity if they were gone. If only I had a big boat. I could renovate it and use it as a flower boat. I'll see if I can buy one this year. I can't wait to build one. Li Yi shook his head and threw away his temporary thoughts. He continued to copy the book in peace. After copying a few times, he suddenly smiled. Looking at the long paragraphs on the page, he muttered, "If I look at it on my phone, the screen will be full of dense words. This has to be forcefully segmented." Li Yi was a little distracted. He thought of the main idea of the paragraphs that he had learned in the past. Those were paragraphs with hundreds of words. As technology developed, each and every one of them could drive a language teacher to death when he looked at it on his phone. His mood instantly improved. Until the next morning, the clouds inexplicably disappeared. "Brother Yi, it's not raining or snowing. The weather is good." Li Qingqi came over to help his third brother. If there's not enough precipitation, there will be trouble in a large area. Especially the farmers, they will fight for water, and the villages will fight with each other. Li Yi thought of another situation. What should we do? Li Qingqi became serious. He had not seen the fights in the villages with his own eyes, but he had heard about it. The villages upstream of the river first released a large amount of water. When there was no water at the bottom, they brought tools to block it. The people upstream continued to open the river with tools, while the people on both sides began to fight with their tools. Dig wells. Brother, since you have the Craftsmen's Alliance, you can mobilize them to dig wells outside Chang, and where there is no river. Li Yi proposed an idea. The villagers have no money. We can't ask the craftsmen to work for free. Li Qingqi was now considering income. Isn't it the Ministry of Work's business to ask for money? Li Yi suggested. What if the Ministry of Works doesn't pay? Li Qingqi was more realistic. Don't pay? That's good. You can look at the plan first. Li Yi smiled. Chapter 273. Li Qingqi didn't know what Li Yi was going to do, but he was worried for Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu was the Minister of Works. This year he had taken a lot of Li Yi's medicine and survived tenaciously. He picked up a garlic eggplant and said, Brother Yi, I'm here to get the 36 stratagems. I'm in the middle of copying. Take the original and I'll write another one. Ask the students to copy it first and take the copy. Li Yi drank a mouthful of broth and said, Make an extra copy. You can give me the original copy, but I'll keep it. Li Qingqi liked Li Yi's handwriting. Li Yi's regular script was ordinary. It was more than enough for him to write official documents and memorials. In terms of calligraphy, he was inferior to experts. Only the thin gold calligraphy that others had not learned yet was outstanding. Okay, Li Yi agreed. He didn't expect to make money by selling calligraphy. After breakfast, Li Qingqi dragged Li Yi for a stroll again while the students were copying. Manager Songda, who had just sold a lot of things, hurried over. Dongzhu, they asked if you're willing to sell ducklings and goose chicks. Songda reported. Why don't you buy chicks? Li Qingqi asked curiously. Because they want to make a reservation. I've already handed over the incubation technology. Big Brother wants to help promote it. There are not many eggs now. Li said. Li Qingqi was puzzled. There are a lot of eggs being sold every day. Li Yi shook his head. There are not many chickens and ducks in the square. When the eggs are transported from other places, the road is uneven and often shakes. Once the yolks and light green eggs shake violently, they can't hatch. Is that so? Li Qingqi noted it down. In the future, when others didn't know, he could, yes. The manager was used to admiring Li Yi. What's the reason for the reservation? Li Qingqi felt that he had become stupid again. In a few days, the grass will grow to feed the ducks and geese. The chickens eat relatively less grass. When the river melts, the ducks will be put in to eat. As for the geese, you can only eat the fish and shrimps. When the geese are in the water, they won't catch fish. But when they are raised together with the ducks will eat them. When the geese see them, they will occasionally eat some small shrimps or something. Li Yi continued to explain. Sometimes the big goose in Zhuangzi would be fed some fishbone powder or crushed conch meat. The geese knew how to eat and did not refuse at all. In fact, they loved eating. They floated in the water with the ducks. The ducks caught all kinds of fish and the geese learned. They couldn't eat the big fish, but they had to taste the small fish. If he raised a goose and there were no ducks, he could throw a pile of small fish and shrimps. The goose would just look at it and not touch it. It was similar to free-range wild pheasants and chickens in farms. He wanted to eat wild pheasants and small snakes, as well as centipedes and caterpillars. He would definitely eat them when he caught them. Even if the dragonfly flew a little lower or slower, the chicken could still eat it. Farm chickens would hide and be afraid when they see it. Li Qingqi kept it in mind. In his opinion, this was also a matter of learning. Tell them to sell it. When the grass grows and the river is warm, give them a large number of young ducks and geese. When the water is warm, ask the ducks in Zhuangzi. Li Yi laughed towards end. Songda laughed as well. How do you ask the ducks? Li Qingqi was puzzled. When the ducks go into the water by themselves is when the water is warm. The ducks know when the water is warm, Li Yi answered. Li Qingqi. He suddenly thought of something and felt that Li Yi might not know how to do it. Hence, he asked, Brother Yi, do you know how the ducks hatch eggs? Chickens. In Zhuangzi, if the chickens are not useful in the future and can be hatched occasionally, they will hatch them manually, Li Yi said casually. Li Qingqi, it was not easy for him to get this information, but Songda tried to ease Li Qingqi's depression and said, Dongzhu said that when the chickens and ducks are incubated, they will not move for a long time. It will be difficult for them to eat and they will become thin. The chickens are better. Ducks like water. If they can't go into the water, their feathers will be bad and the ducks will be in a bad mood. I know. Li Qingqi was even more depressed. On the other side, one of the students was reading while the others were copying. They did not eat in the morning, so the number of words in the 36 stratagems was not small. The canteen offered to send them food, but they did not want it. They were afraid that they would be sleepy and affect their speed. The 42 students who were selected from this year's imperial examinations were not allowed to do so. If one wanted to copy Li Dongzhu's words, they had to queue up and look at their status. Otherwise, they were not qualified. Li Yi did not care about his eldest brother and let him wander around by himself. He returned to his courtyard to write the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Li Qingqi strolled around with his hands behind his back. He watched others work, watched the adults who were resting, and watched Wei Zhigu's carriage come over. Minister Wei, have you recovered from your illness? Li Qingqi went up to him and asked as he blocked the other side of the Ba water bridge. He warned him that if he felt that he could not die after recovering from his illness, he might die even if he did not fall ill. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Wei Zhigu got off the carriage. He was not wearing his official uniform. He smiled bitterly and said to Li Qingqi, I have no choice but to ask you something. Can't you ask in Xingqing Palace? Why do you have to come in person? Li Qingqi did not agree with this explanation. It was agreed that if there were any questions in the future, they would have to go through his 3rd brother first. The others were not allowed to run to Zhuangzi. It was not that Brother Yi could not meet people, but they had matters to attend to in the imperial court. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if they ran? Yes, that was the reason. Disease is a personal matter. Recently, my vision has been blurry and I can't see clearly at close range. I want to ask if it can be treated. I want to see a doctor personally. Wei Zhigu puffed out his chest. What? I can't come in my personal capacity to see a doctor? Isn't there something made of crystal? Li Qingqi knew that according to Brother Yi, there was a magnifying glass made of crystal. I came to take a look. Wei Zhigu did not want to use that thing. He could not bring it back home. Wait, I'll go get you a few. You can try it. Li Qingqi still did not let Wei Zhigu in. He turned around and went to get something, accompanied by a palace maid and a eunuch to block the bridge. A moment later, Li Qingqi returned with a big box and a book in his hands. When he opened the box, there were glasses neatly placed inside. Some of them had individual lenses, while some were placed together. Minister Wei, try it on the book. Try it on your left and right eyes one by one. I'll adjust it for you after you're done. Li Qingqi said as he pointed to the individual lenses. Wei Zhigu was reluctant, but he still tried it anyway. He changed them one by one and finally settled on 2 lenses. Li Qingqi chose these 2 lenses, took off a bamboo frame, and put them on. Try it again. He passed the glasses to Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu put it on his ears and nodded. All right, this is good. All right, you can leave. Li Qingqi chased him away and gave him a pair of reading glasses. Wei Zhigu clenched his fists. If not for the fact that he did not dare to fight, he would have done it. In fact, the main reason was that he could not defeat King Song. Otherwise, would His Majesty behead him for this matter? I still have something to tell Li Dongzhu face to face, Wei Zhigu said. No, you don't. Hurry up and leave. Li Qingqi shook his head. No, you can talk to my 3rd brother. I knew that you would ask for a solution. Blurred vision is another excuse. Look at the lenses you chose. They don't even have a high degree. Do you think that I don't know? Chapter 274. Wei Zhigu stood still and emphasized, it's an important matter for the people of the Tang dynasty. Yes, Minister Wei. Hurry back for a court meeting. Li Qingqi nodded. It's about the water conservancy, Wei Zhigu added. Minister Wei, why don't you immediately summon the officials of the Ministry of Works for a meeting? Zhuangzi doesn't care about the water conservancy of the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi still had something to say. Li Yi pressed the well in Zhuangzi. The imperial astronomers said that there will be a drought this year, so Zhuangzi's well is good. Wei Jigu explained the specific matter. He wanted the technology of the pressure well. Li Qingqi was not in a hurry to drive him away this time. He thought for a while and said, "Minister Wei, go back. I'll tell you when I return to the palace in the afternoon." Wei Jigu said, "I want to ask you face to face." Li Qingqi did not say anything. "Fine, I'll leave now." Wei Jigu took the reading glasses and got in the car. Li Qingqi ran to the pressure well. The windmill had been removed, and the water was no longer continuously pumped to make ice. The pressure well was still used every day. Even if there was no continuous water flow after spring, it would not freeze. Due to the pore seal, if the well was not used for more than half an hour, the water inside would seep down. When it was used again, a basin of water would be poured in, and the water would be pumped back and forth. The air would be expelled, and water would be pumped up again. The kitchen staff had just pushed away 2 large buckets of water. Li Qingqi stood there and pressed the well again and again, watching the water flow out. "Brother," Yi said that this well was specially made to prevent children from taking water from an open well. "Why does Wei Jigu want it?" Li Qingqi seemed to be talking to himself. Jinju, the palace maid who stayed behind, said, "I think Minister Wei is also afraid that children will fall in." The cub objected, "That's impossible. Only Zhuangzi has this kind of well in the Tang dynasty. Did they all change it? Then why do you think he wants the well?" Jinju asked the cub. "Maybe a rich person likes it and made a connection." "Shut up. Do you think you can lie about Minister Wei?" Li Qingqi glared at the cub. He continued to press the well, but he could not understand. "I should have asked Minister Wei." Li Qingqi let go of the cub. At lunchtime, Li Yi appeared. The kitchen used pickled vegetables and white meat to steam instead of boiling and stewing. The meat was placed at the bottom of the big boxes. Then he added some ginger slices and a few star anise. On top of that, he placed some pickled cabbage. After pouring some water, he covered it and steamed it. The steamed, pickled vegetables were not sour and the soup was clear. At the same time, the shredded meat was not greasy. It tasted much better than the boiled ones. Actually, the best one was the soup. It was refreshing, just like the iced cold noodle soup in summer. Although it wasn't good for the stomach, eating it was very satisfying. Li Yi filled a bowl and chose to eat the steamed buns. If he were to take the rice, it would definitely be ruined. Just now, the Minister of Works, Wei Jigu, came over. His vision was blurred, so I tried 2 lenses for him. Li Qingqi, who had chosen the same food, explained the situation. "Is there anything wrong with your body?" Li Yi was very concerned about the patient. "Nothing." "What's the difference between an open well and the pressure well above Zhuangzi when there's a drought?" Li Qingqi finally asked the question that had been bothering him. "There's no need to grab water. We can directly dig the aqueduct from the well to the other fields. Everyone can take turns to water. If it's an open well, naturally the person who fetches the water will take it away to water the fields. We can't take turns to pour the water into the aqueduct. Relatively speaking, the pressure well can save energy. It takes the time to shake a bucket of water from the well with a pulley. The pressure well can generally fill 2 to 3 buckets of water. Orange is suitable for shallow wells. The water depth is too deep, so we need to set up a very high shelf. The pressure well is more useful at night and can be operated continuously." Li Yi explained to his elder brother. It was that simple. The pressure well was more convenient for everyone to coordinate. Alas! Li Qingqi sighed and drank the soup. Jin Juhua and Purple Jade lowered their heads and ate the pickled cabbage without raising their heads. There are still capable people in the Ministry of Works. Li Qingqi admitted that a professional was indeed different. He could actually think of such a problem. The Ministry of Works has been dealing with water conservancy for a long time. Naturally, we have to care about the people's livelihood. Otherwise, we would build a water conservancy project, Li Yi said with a smile when he thought of why his elder brother sighed. Can you give us the technology? Li Qingqi felt that it was indeed beneficial to the people when he thought that there would be less trouble in the matter of grabbing water. This technology is useless. The salt in Sichuan has always been better than the salt by the sea. Sichuan salt is expensive, while sea salt is cheap. Zhuangzi bought the sea salt and processed it himself. The salt well in Sichuan, whether it's the gas that can be burned or the brine, is a big business that makes money. I have a method that can be used in drilling. Small holes and deep wells. The pressure well in Zhuangzi was dug out and buried later. Because the water system around Chang and is developed, the underground water layer is shallow. It's time-consuming and laborious to change it elsewhere. The well salt in Sichuan is shallow, the kind with big mouths. Li Yi hesitated for a while before asking a question. Brother Yi, you mean that you have a better way to dig a well, but this method can be used on well salt. Li Qingqi understood. Then he hesitated. Sichuan was far away from Chang, and if he took out a good method, it would be convenient to dig a well. It's even more convenient to mine well salt in Sichuan. This money. Brother, you can't earn it. One well after another, it's easier to find water, brine, and gas if you go deeper. You can extract gas, ignite the brine, and cook the brine. There are also some that have gas and brine. Every time you drill a well, it's money. With good well salt, you can buy things. This technology, brother, it's the kind of method that digs a big hole and then buries the pipe. Don't drill too deep. Li Qingqi decided that he couldn't lose out. In the past, all the people in the world could use farming tools. Digging wells, those places were not under his control. Izhou Prefecture was a good place. It was too difficult to get involved. Well salt, Sichuan brocade, saltpeter, and the climate. Almost everything in Sichuan could be found there. Li lowered his head and ate slowly. He was weighing the pros and cons. As long as the people in agriculture had the conditions, they could do the same. They could increase food production and reduce labor intensity. Drilling technology was also beneficial to the people. However, even if they didn't have drilling technology, they could dig wells in every village. It would just take some effort to dig. The most beneficial thing was definitely the well salt. As long as it was taken out, it wouldn't take long for the well salt mining area in Sichuan to be filled with new wells. There was too much money, so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. If it was given for free, his heart would ache. Everyone in the room was silent. Even the palace maids and eunuchs understood what was going on. Dong Zhu actually had such a powerful thing in his hands. If he took it out, it would be a large amount of Sichuan salt. The shining white Sichuan salt didn't have the bitter taste of sea salt. Of course, no matter how delicious Sichuan salt was, it was still inferior to Zhuangzi's salt. But that was another matter. Who could compare with Zhuangzi? The meal would eventually be finished. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and drank the last mouthful of soup. He said to Li Qingqi, "Brother, how much power can we mobilize?" Li Qingqi gritted his teeth and thought, "As long as we are willing to pay, it's very big. Can we do it like heavenly earth? I want 10% of the profit. I really want it. I'm not leaving it for others to use." Li Yi felt that his mouth was a little dry. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Yi, you mean?" Li Qingqi asked. "Yes, I want 10%. 5% is fine too. Just 5%, 1/20." Li Yi lowered his request again. The profit was too big. It was too tempting. People would die. "Okay, I know what you mean. I'll go and discuss it." Li Qingqi felt that it was okay. "That's right. I'll pull in my third brother on the surface and the emperor in the dark. We brothers will split the money." "Third brother, don't you want money? But there's one thing I have to say first." Li Yi stretched out a finger. Chapter 275. After the meal, Li Qingqi hurriedly left with the blueprint and instructions for the pressure well. As soon as he entered the royal palace, Li Qingqi rushed straight to Xingqing Hall. The 3 prime ministers were present. Li Qingqi grabbed one of them and looked at his clothes and face before tossing the blueprint over. Send this to Minister of Works Wei Zhigu. Got it, King Song. The other party caught the blueprint and ran away without even looking at it. Brother, you seem to be in a hurry. Li Longji heard from Yao Chong about the situation in the various prefectures, mainly the officials. Yao Chong had come forward with some ideas from the Ministry of Personnel. Li Qingqi didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yao Chong and the other 2. King Song, is there something important? Yao Chong didn't want to leave. What do you think of earning 10,000 coins a day? King Song retorted. I earn 10,000 coins a day. Do you think 10 million coins a day is a lot? Yao Chong glanced at Li Qingqi helplessly before turning to Li Longji. Since there's something important, we'll take our leave first. He emphasized the words 10,000 coins, implying that King Song should brag as much as he could. The 3 prime ministers left. Li Qingqi ran to Li Longji and whispered into his ear. Third brother, he has a drilling technique that can drill very deep. Furthermore, the hole is small, about the size of a bowl. It shouldn't be a problem to drill 100 zhang. Then we'll dig a well. Well, is a salt well also a well? Li Longji was smart. Recalling the 10,000 coins a day that his big brother mentioned, he immediately thought of the salt. Li Qingqi nodded. Chong and sea salt, low-grade salt costs 15 coins a bucket. Mid-grade salt costs 20 coins, and high-grade salt costs 30 coins. Hadong Province's and Yi County's lake salt is close to Chong, and so it's not much different from the sea salt. Izhou's salt, low-grade salt costs 20 coins. Mid-grade salt costs 30 coins, and high-grade salt costs 40 to 50 coins. He gave a number. Based on market research, the salt in the Sichuan region was naturally cheaper. Even the best salt cost only around 10 coins a bucket, or even less. That was because it was difficult to mine salt there. One had to scoop the salt out of the well bit by bit, and the walls of the well would collapse. In addition, it was a long journey. When they arrived at Chong, and the price would be expensive. If we dig a well, wouldn't Sichuan salt be cheaper? Li Longji thought of 2 questions. One was to lower the price of salt for the common people, and the other was to impact the market. He now understood. Brother, he has a request. Increase the wages of those who produce salt, and at the same time set aside a portion of the money for local education and subsidies for the people. If the others follow suit, they will have to give us a portion of their money. If they don't, we will seal their wells. Brother, he only wants 5% of the profits. If it's really not the earthly paradise, I'll leave it for you. Li Qingqi stated Li Yi's request, which was to leave some benefits for the locals. Did he say how much he left behind? Li Longji's eyes were filled with Kai Yuan Tong treasures, flying here and there. 10% is enough. It's not like we're giving them money directly. We're using this money to educate the people. Only those who really can't live on can we buy things and send them over. Li Qingqi extended a finger. If others do the same, how much should they pay us? Li Longji had already turned many salt wells into his own. They were all his. Li Qingqi extended another finger. 20%. 5% of the salt that has been boiled. You need to send someone to keep an eye on it. Li Longji nodded. While you're at it, you can also check the accounts. Find out how much salt is produced, how many people are employed, and who has more money. Even if we can't earn 10,000 a day, we can still earn a few thousand a day. Li Qingqi was satisfied with this number. This money belonged to his third brother. It didn't matter if he took it or not. After all, there were many things to do to make money. Li Longji nodded and began to consider who to send. The people sent couldn't accept bribes or corruption. Then he would continue to send people to investigate openly and secretly. However, other benefits must be given. Otherwise, the people's hearts would be unstable. Third brother, do you agree? Li Qingqi asked. He still didn't know how to dig a well. What's wrong with making money? Li Longji took a deep breath and felt comfortable. I'm leaving. I'll talk to Brother Yi tomorrow, Li Qingqi said as he went out from the back and went to Baifu Palace to see his father. Yes, this is the one. This well is good. It's a pipe made of bamboo and can be coated with glue. It's easy to handle. Wei Zhigu got what he wanted, the blueprint and instructions. He knew that Li Yi's well in Zhuangzi was made of iron. He wanted to find someone to replace it, but the material used to make it was bamboo. The bamboo pipes were connected together and surrounded by soil. There was no need to worry about leakage. The top was sealed with leather, and the big-bellied bamboo was coated with glue. Naturally, wood could also be used. This solves a big problem. It's cold in the north during winter, so you have to wrap hemp rope around it to keep it warm. In order to prevent the frozen soil from squeezing the bamboo pipes below, you have to use sand and stones to protect it. Wei Zhigu continued to read the instructions and considered the north during winter. Wei Zhigu put down a stack of papers and took off his reading glasses. He muttered to himself, I hope the imperial astronomer makes a mistake and doesn't cause a drought. At the same time, Li Yi looked at the sky and said anxiously, if they don't even give me half of the profits, should I hand over the technology? Dongzhu, you can't. His Majesty is easy to talk to. If he doesn't give you any benefits, you won't bring out better technology next time. Tao Hong advised Li Yi. She knew who His Majesty was. Is that so? Actually, I don't care about the money from the salt wells. I have ways to make more money. I just feel like I'm losing out. I don't care if you give me half of the profits, but I'm willing to donate it if it's my money. Since you're bringing out new technology, Big Brother's, drilling team should change their technology. We can't just rely on manpower. Li Yi decided to expand. Drilling required dozens of tools and hundreds of operations. If a good salt well could be dug in Sichuan, it would be able to form a huge, rich family in 100 years. The Song dynasty, the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty, and the Republic of China. However, no matter how big a family was, it would be ruined after a national disaster. The only exception was that one in Shandong, a fence-sitter who used cultural and educational advantages to harm the common people. They smuggled, sold information, provided convenience to the enemy, and set a trap for their own country's army. Don't mess with me, or I'll take care of you. Li Yi thought, and his mood became better. With him around, the Tang dynasty would be stable. It was difficult to let the common people have heating, but it was easy to kill some people. What do you want to eat tonight? I can cook for myself. Li Yi turned his head and asked the palace maids and eunuchs. Dongzhu, can we have one each? Chui Lu asked mischievously. 1 ladle per person. Make a big bump, and I'll treat it for you. Li Yi waved his fist. The 8 of them gathered together and whispered. Finally, they reached an agreement. Dongzhu, let's eat something simple. Snow bean paste, Tao Hong said. Okay, dessert it is. Li Yi agreed. There weren't many steps, but the control of the oil temperature was a little higher. Li Yi didn't dare to cook in the kitchen of the cafeteria. He was afraid that the children would see it. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to rest tonight. He went to his courtyard to cook, made a big basin, and brought out. Li Lang, are you making it for us? Xian Yan was standing in front of him, and there were a group of girls around her. Yes, you guys eat first. I'll go make some more. Li Yi looked at the number of people, and then looked at the bun in the basin. He found that 1 bun per person wasn't enough. Chapter 276. In the end, the group of women from Nanka village did not cause Li Yi any more trouble. They went to the dining hall to eat. The men in the village consciously changed to other halls in the dining hall. Even those who were not married did not watch from the side. It would be difficult for them to find a wife in the future. Li Lang, we're here to stay for a few days. Ever since the performance on the Lantern Festival, there have been more people coming to play every day. Xian Yan sat across from Li Yi in a single room and explained the purpose of her visit. Isn't it good to have more people? Li Yi cooperated and asked. There's no time to practice and rest. Many of the tributary students who came to the capital came to us to show off their talent and wealth. Xian Yan had a look on her face. Li Yi understood and said, If you hide, aren't you afraid of losing your reputation? If we hide elsewhere, people will forget about us. If we hide in Li Lang, we're not afraid. Who doesn't know about the Ba, Shui, Li family Zhuangzi? Every time we meet Li Lang, there will be good songs and songs. They will think, is there a good performance again? Xian Yan winked at Li Yi. No. Li Yi shook his head. If you have the ability to crack your eyelids, I can sew them up for you. I can't do anything else. There should be food and accommodation, right? Xian Yan asked with a smile. It's free. Li Yi was generous. Next time, if I have to find someone to set up the stage, it will still be you. That night, the group of women went to the bathhouse to bathe and stay. For them, tonight was the most relaxing time. Li Yi drew and wrote under the light. The tools for digging the well were made by the craftsmen in the village. Among them, the most important was the round blade file. The blade naturally referred to the blade that was sharpened. The word file was used as a noun and also as a verb. It meant to grind something protruding or to grind something. If the word file was used, it could be thought of as a saw. A circle was compared to a straight line. A kitchen knife was a line. A circle could be thought of as a kitchen knife rolled up. The bottom was the blade and the top was the back. One end of the cylinder was a saw. When it spun, it would destroy the mud and stones. Li Yi's tunneling machine was similar to this, but it was more complicated. Use the round blade file to drill the hole down. After a certain depth, add a connecting rod at the back. If the mud couldn't come out, they would take it out and fill it with water. Then they would use the water from the well in Li Yi's farmstead, which had a structure similar to a water bucket with a leather pad at the bottom. As for the single valve, once it entered the muddy water, the leather cushion would be lifted up. When it was lifted up, the muddy water would press down on the leather cushion, preventing it from leaking out. When he drilled out of the brine, he smashed the bamboo pipes down one after another. This protected the surrounding area and prevented it from collapsing. In Li Yi's time, the people who graduated from the 9-year compulsory education could definitely come up with something like this if they put a knife to their necks. If they really couldn't figure it out, it wouldn't be a pity to kill them. It didn't exist in the Tang dynasty and only appeared in the Song dynasty. Then it continued to be improved during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was also used during the Republic of China. Later, they entered the museum. When they were traveling, they could see people slowly making brine salt and then making it into salt. If they wanted to buy it, a small packet was very expensive, and it didn't even have iodine added. The technology Li Yi wanted to take out was naturally from the Song dynasty. He didn't want to take out the improved technology. In case someone caused trouble, he must immediately take out new technology to knock them down. The Song dynasty's technology is enough. The key is this round blade file. According to the information, Zigong's well is the best. Where is Zigong? Li Yi thought and checked the map. Found it. It was called Gongjing County. To the north was Weiyuan County. To the east was Yi County, and to the south was Yirong Mountain. This place is still very far from Yizhou. It belongs to Rongzhou. The local tributes are silk, bamboos, and tangerine. Is tangerine used for eating tangerine powder or rope like hemp? It should be rope. There is also Li iron, which is iron billet. This is good. It can be used to make drilling tools. Then there is mandarin, Sichuan mandarin. Sichuan mandarin is good for making tangerine peel. Medicinal herbs. It can be used to send mandarin oranges to Chang, and there must be a lot of them. I have to let Big Brother take over. These things are quite good. It can be used to benefit the local people. Otherwise, when the people see the salt and natural gas, it will be strange if they don't cause trouble. If it were me, I would be jealous. Li Yi checked the map while drawing. Surprisingly, they didn't affect each other. The next morning, everyone woke up before dawn to wash up. Then they ran to the place where the students lived before, which was the temporary house where they took a break during ice skating. Some played musical instruments, some stretched their bodies, some practiced singing, some read, and some practiced their eyes and smiles in front of the mirror. The farmers knew how hard everyone from Nankou were from the military band. Now they didn't disturb them. Li knew better. One by one, their eyes were captivating. It seemed so casual, with a little smile or resentment. In fact, it was specialized training. It had become instinctive. Even so, they still adjusted the details. Each of them had a makeup box as payment for the performance. Now, they practiced against each other. After Li Yi woke up, he cleaned himself up. When it was time for breakfast, the girls used their skills on him. Li Yi was indifferent. Li Lang, if you don't like us, there are still good men in the square. Xianyan's body moved slightly, revealing her curves. Then should I chase you all out and find a man? Li Yi revealed his perfect 8 teeth. Xianyan playfully stuck out her tongue. Li Lang, what good food do you have for breakfast today? Go take a look yourself. It's not your first time here. Li Yi didn't give her any face. Okay. Xianyan energetically skipped away to look for food. With the increase in the manor's money and the increase in the number of people coming from all over the place, breakfast became more and more abundant. There were rice noodles, soy milk, steamed buns, wontons, several types of porridge, soup, deep-fried dough sticks, pies, steamed buns, fried boxes, oil tea, fried cakes. There were some that didn't exist in this era. Li took them out and ate them. Which of these things couldn't be eaten? They were all good. Therefore, he didn't choose any of them. He poured himself a bowl of yellow wine and took out the braised food he made. He wanted to eat like this today. He didn't care if he got drunk in the morning. Some of the big families of Nankou wanted to eat with him, but when they saw him drinking alone, they tactfully left and warned their maids not to disturb him. No one came over to drink with him. These girls could see that Li Yi needed some peace and quiet. Brother, Yi, you're drinking so early in the morning? It just so happens that I'm also hungry. I'll go get some side dishes. Li Qingqi appeared. He glanced at Li Yi and turned around to find a tray to put the side dishes. He came back, put down a bowl of wine, and sat opposite Li Yi. It's done. The other side has agreed. We can write a written agreement. Li Qingqi said the good news. Li Yi revealed a smile. Just now, I was thinking about what to do if the other side didn't agree. Now, big brother, you can drink slowly. I'll eat a bowl of noodles. Li Yi's heart fell. He didn't want to drink anymore and eat braised food. Don't, brother Yi, I want to drink. You have to accompany me. Li Qingqi couldn't take it anymore and pulled Li Yi. Chapter 277. Brother Yi, can you estimate how much money we can make by digging salt wells in a year? Li Qingqi successfully stopped Li Yi and asked, how many salt ponds and wells are there in the Tang dynasty now? Li Yi asked another question. He wanted to see how much salt they could provide. There are currently 9 salt ponds and 276 salt wells. Li Qingqi provided the data. This was different from the information Li Yi saw. It was much less. However, Li Yi understood after thinking about it. After the Tang dynasty started to collect salt taxes, they would definitely increase the salt ponds and wells. The data did not record the second year of the Kaiyuan era. At this time, there was not so much Chang, and mainly relied on lake salt from Shaanxi and sea salt transported from Chao Chao. Sichuan salt was slow and difficult to travel by land. Generally, they would go through the Yangtze River and make a big circle. From the Yangtze River to the Grand Canal, ships could carry more goods. Compared to land transportation, it was more cost-effective. Are the people in the coastal areas safe? Li Yi asked another question. There have been no wars in recent years. The consumption is not much. It's not bad. Li Qingqi was not very clear about this. The cost of boiling the sea for salt is too high. The salt price in the wells of Sichuan will drop again and again. His Majesty agreed to cooperate, but the officials in the imperial court may complain. After Li Yi confirmed the matter, he began to move forward. Li Qingqi listened and nodded from time to time. He did not say things like, "Do they dare?" or "Kill them if they don't agree." "So we have to collect salt tax. His Majesty's money is private money, and the salt tax is public money. I think that the new well drilling method will make a lot of money. If Sichuan produces too much salt, it will be difficult for the coastal salt pans to survive. The new salt tax in Sichuan will make the salt price stable. It will be beneficial to the country and can also appease the officials." Li Yi explained the situation seriously. Cooperating with Li Longji would make money for Li Longji and his brothers, including himself. If too many wells were dug, the salt would be produced too quickly. What about the people at the seaside who specialized in cooking salt? Should he use his salt drying skills now? It had not reached that step yet. He had to move forward steadily. According to the information, the coastal areas were not very stable. Li Longji had made money. All the officials looked. This money. "Oh my God, the country has no money. Your Majesty, what do you want to do?" After collecting taxes, the collected taxes would be given to the Ministry of Revenue. Other places would then ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. Everyone was happy. Li Qingqi was confused, or rather, dumbfounded. You can play like this? Wasn't the salt tax a commercial tax? The officials would definitely not agree to it for the sake of their own interests. But salt was so profitable, and the court had no money. The officials needed money, so it was normal to collect taxes. The officials needed support, and they could not ask His Majesty to take away all the money. "Little brother Yi, are you serious?" Li Qingqi felt that he had to reevaluate his little brother Yi. In the past, brother Yi was so gentle, always throwing out his skills. If someone bullied them, they would merely return the favor. They had never been ruthless. If anyone asked him if he had any good ideas, he would promise to tell them without asking for anything in return. The only time he made the most impressive move was when he taught Pei Yaoqing to write the 10,000 people statement and push the Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, against the wall. That was the most vicious time, directly dealing with the minister. As for the matter of the merchants, it was just a small matter. If there was another difference, it would be the difference between official learning and clan learning. This was still in the slow stage. There was only one new book, and the other books were being compiled by others. As for the matter of salt, it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The major events of the world would follow. Li Yi was calm. If we don't work hard, how long should we wait? The opportunity just came. If Minister Wei didn't ask me, I wouldn't have remembered. It's too fast, Li Qingqi said as he took a sip of wine. 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. The Kaiyuan era must be a flourishing era, and it must be a real, flourishing era. Li Yi copied first. Good, the Kaiyuan era. Li Qingqi was very supportive of this. As he spoke, he picked up the wine bowl, opened his mouth wide. He paused for a moment and took a small sip. He couldn't drink too much. He had an empty stomach in the morning. Even the rice wine couldn't stand this bowl. Brother, this is the only bowl. You can't drink too much. I still have something to talk to you about later. Li Yi advised first. In the past, when he drank, others would advise others to drink more, but he would ask others to drink less and control it. He couldn't drink too much. Sometimes, when he invited someone to a meal, the other party wouldn't drink enough and would be unhappy. However, he gave more in other aspects, so the other party would forgive him. After a long time, when they drank together, those who were unhappy before became very happy. They found that they could relax when drinking with Li Yi. Even if they had a wife at home, when they heard that their husband was drinking with Li Yi, they wouldn't give him any face. If he encountered those who had a particularly high alcohol tolerance, Li Yi would drink with them, but he wouldn't eat. He would drink white wine, go to the toilet, take a bottle of water from the bar counter, drink it and spit out. This way, the stomach acid would be diluted and wouldn't burn his throat and esophagus. He would continue to accompany them until they were almost drunk and then persuade them to stop. He couldn't eat. His body would react when he found that food had entered his stomach. He would secrete bile and gastric acid, and vomit would be uncomfortable. This was a habit that Li Yi had developed. He would not let others drink too much, and he would not let himself drink too much. Previously, when he drank with Li Longji, he did not control it well. He was still not used to his young body. Now that Li Yi was familiar with his body, he drank slowly with his brother and talked about how he would earn a lot of money in the future to develop and help the people. Brother Yi, others always like to drink. Why can't you drink? Li Qingqi ate a mouthful of cucumber with garlic paste and asked about his life. It's meaningless. It's easy to get into trouble when you're drunk. If something happens, you have to go to the hospital. If you go to the hospital, you have to trouble the doctor. If you drink too much, I have to inject metadoxine, omeprazole, and naloxone into you. At the same time, I have to help you induce vomiting. It's so tiring. Li Yi reasoned with his brother. He was a medical student, and as a resident doctor, he was most afraid of people who drank too much during his night shift. The group of people drank a lot, and one of them was drunk. It seemed that they couldn't make it. How should he give the doctor's orders? Who should sign it? Would those who drank too much during the resuscitation cause trouble? What if someone took out a knife when they did not say a word? If that's the case, drinking with Brother Yi is more reassuring. Li Qingqi also noticed the same thing. Then he gave him a look and lowered his voice. Brother Yi, don't you like any of those people? Li Yi felt that his brother drank too much, even if he only drank a few mouthfuls. Brother, they are partners. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Li Yi found an excuse. Then, when they go back, what good songs or poems do you want to give them? Li Qingqi asked again, Can I give them endorsements? Li Yi could not think of who to copy and what to copy. He felt that it was better to continue working with them. No, I can't give them salt. Not to mention one bag. I can't even give them a few bags. Li Qingqi waved his hand. Brother, you're right. Brother, try this braised foie gras. It's big, and it tastes like it's poked with holes. Li did not explain. Brother Yi, speaking of braised foie gras, I made it according to the seasonings you gave me. After braising a few chickens, the taste is different from your zhuangzi. It's fishy. Li Qingqi always had questions. He did not understand. In the past, when he asked the great scholar told him not to think about these useless things. When it comes to Brother Yi, there is no such thing as useful or not. It only matters whether you ask or not. The pot is small and there is no pressure. Unless you make it into a dry pot, otherwise, brother, you can't just put it in and cook it directly, right? That needs to be soaked in blood first. One is to heat it up, which is to put it in cold water and boil it until the blood foam comes out. Then it will be braised. The other is to soak it in cold water until all the blood is soaked out. Then it will be braised. Li Yi felt a little guilty. Did he not tell his brother all the steps? I see. When I go back, I will teach them a lesson. They must be trying to save trouble. Li Qingqi realized the situation. Brother, did you tell them? Li Yi asked. Yes, I specifically asked the people in your zhuangzi kitchen. Just like what you said, I went back and told the people in charge of cooking. They agreed, but in the end, Li Qingqi gritted his teeth. Li Yi remained silent. He did not want to plead for mercy. He told you the steps to cook, but you don't want to do it. When you were working in the workshop, did you also play tricks on the safety regulations? You are the best. In the past, when his car was not in good condition, he encountered such a problem when he was repairing it. His chest was full of burned muscle nodules, and he could not breathe properly. When he spoke, he would cough. In summer, because his chest could not sweat, he would always wipe water on his chest. The mechanic told him that there should not be any open flame next to the oil. Smoking was even more forbidden. That mechanic felt that even if he threw a cigarette but into the tank filled with oil, it might not be able to burn. So, when the waste oil flowed beside the tank, he smoked and threw the cigarette but into the tank. Boom. Chapter 278. After eating breakfast, Li Qingqi hurriedly left to tell his third brother about this good idea. In the palace, the 36 stratagems were placed on Li Longji's desk, and the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, was there asking for money. Wei Zhigu didn't ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. He went straight to Li Longji, and the Political Affairs Hall had someone deliver a document. Last year's winter solstice, the capital office, Guanyi Circuit, Hadong Circuit, Hunan Circuit, Hebei Circuit, and Shannon Circuit have had little precipitation. Fearing a drought, the Ministry of Works requests that the water level drop to clear the river channels and dig wells for the benefit of the people. This subject has obtained a method to prevent the people from fighting for water. Wei Zhigu rambled on, meaning that he wanted money and that the Ministry of Works needed to work. When Yao Chong and the others heard him say, "This subject has obtained a method," they curled their lips. "Shameless, you think you've obtained a method? You specifically went over to ask for it, but King Song stopped you." Li Longji didn't show any disdain. He knew that Wei Zhigu had only asked for the technology to create pressure wells. What was truly amazing was the new well drilling technology. In many places, the wells had to be dug very deep. Large holes had to be dug down bit by bit, or the earth had to be lifted up by a crane to fix the walls of the well. Putting aside the time and effort required, it was easy for the well to collapse and be buried. What they needed now was money. The National Treasury didn't have much money, and they had to be on guard against the Southwest at all times. They could only fork out a portion of the money they earned. In the past, when they didn't have money, they could only stare at each other. Now that they had money, the way they looked at the officials, "Yao Qing, do you have a plan?" Li Longji didn't want to fork out the money himself. "Your Majesty, the left treasury doesn't have much money left. Why don't we recruit the people of other regions?" Yao Chong suggested finding the people of other regions to work for them. Rent money, rent money, rent money. Li Longji stared at Yao Chong with wide eyes. "Are you trying to trick us? We're transferring the people of other regions to work here. You're paying for the travel expenses. The people don't work in the spring. You're forcing them to use money as a substitute, and then you'll have money, right?" "This matter, we'll discuss it later." Li Longji didn't agree or disagree. He didn't lack money, but he didn't want to take it. It was just like how he didn't want others to ask Li Yi for things. "Everyone, take a look at this book. Is it suitable to be sent to an official school?" Li Longji took the initiative to change the topic and let the eunuch distribute the books, one for each person. Everyone began to flip through the book. There was actually a table of contents. At the very front of the table of contents was written Victory Strategy. The first plan was indeed to deceive everyone. The second strategy was to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. The third stratagem, after the 6 stratagems, it was changed to the enemy battle stratagem. The 7th stratagem was to create something out of nothing. The 8th stratagem was to sneak in. Then there was the attack strategy, the melee strategy, the joint attack strategy, and the defeat strategy. Just looking at the battle strategies listed in the table of contents and the names of the sub-strategies below was enough to make the hearts of several people surge. The 4 of them were reading. Li Longji was also sitting there and reading. He was looking at the 4 of them. At this moment, he had a bad taste. He wanted to see the minister's surprised, shocked, and helpless look. This is the only way to make them work hard. Don't think that all of you are very powerful. Let me tell you, you are far from it. If you don't work hard, I'll do the same to anyone else. You guys want, what was it again? Yes, use your subjective initiative. Yao Chong and the others were not in the mood to care about what Her Majesty was thinking. They were engrossed in the book. They found that this book was not only about military warfare. It could also be used in officialdom and business. While they were reading, Li Qingqi rushed in. He glanced at them and ran to Li Longji's side to continue whispering in his ear. Third brother, this is the situation. I went to Brother Yi's place. Li Qingqi began to talk. He went to get the blueprint, but it turned out that the blueprint was not done yet. The real thing was still in the process of being built. He hurried back to talk about the important matters of the world. Li Longji, who was listening, widened his eyes, narrowed his eyes, smiled, opened his mouth slightly, clenched his fists, clapped his hands, and did all kinds of expressions and actions. However, he did not make a sound. The 4 people who were reading looked at the 2 people in the book from the corner of their eyes. They listened attentively, but did not hear a single word. They were anxious. What happened now? Zhang Shuo looked up at Yao Chong. Yao Chong looked up at Zhang Shuo at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. Zhang Shuo's eyes said, "Something big is going to happen." Yao Chong, you don't have to tell me. Zhang Shuo, ever since King Song went to Zhuangzi, I've been on tenterhooks all day. Yao Chong, aren't you on tenterhooks just because he's not there? Zhang Shuo, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yao Chong, I'm afraid of you, okay? At this moment, Lu Huaishan turned his head and looked over. Don't fight. There's a strong enemy nearby. Think about the strategies in this book and see which one is more useful to deal with that young man. Zhang Shuo raised 2 fingers. First, the honey trap. Yao Chong shook his head slightly. No, those beauties in Nankou didn't move him at all. Zhang Shuo gestured downward. Honey trap. Lu Huaishan gave him a look of disdain and glared at him. Be serious, don't mess around. Zhang Shuo raised 3 fingers. Sowing discord. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan sneered together. You'll get yourself into trouble. Ahem. Wei Zhigu suddenly coughed, giving the 3 of them a fright. Ahem. Li Longji followed suit and coughed. The 3 of them were startled again. Just now, Wei Qingyan was talking about the Ministry of Works digging wells. Yao Qing said that Zhuijin didn't have much money. We want to live frugally and take out money to get water for the people. Seeing the 4 of them looking over, Li Longji brought up the topic of discussion. The 3 prime ministers looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. His Majesty was so easy to talk to, and even took the initiative to pay. As for the part about living frugally, they could automatically ignore it. Your Majesty's love for the people should be a role model for the ministers of the world. Wei Zhigu quickly flattered. Who cares what happened? In any case, he had money. In the past, whenever there was a disaster, the imperial court didn't pay for it. Usually, it would order the local government to provide relief and reduce the rent. Only when the imperial court was building water projects would they use extra money to hire people. Zhuijin's money was used to pay the salaries of officials and the army. Very little of it fell into the hands of the people. On the other hand, Zhuijin's money was the tribute and treasures sent by the local government and used by the imperial family. Zhuijin's money was the income of the imperial estates and used by the palace alone. Now that His Majesty was willing to fork out his own money, it was good. As long as he opened his mouth, they could still ask His Majesty for money in the future. Yao Chong and the other 2 also thought of this problem when they were feeling uneasy. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. However, they didn't believe that His Majesty didn't know about it. Then, why did His Majesty still? Their gazes fell on King Song, who was standing at the side as if everything had nothing to do with him. Third brother, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Li Qingqi left these words and ran away. The 4 heads turned as he moved until his figure disappeared outside the hall. They turned their heads and looked at Li Longji again. Li Longji's expression was solemn. I heard that in Chang, and the salt that the people eat is different. Although sea salt and pond salt are cheap, they don't suit their taste. Shoe salt is delicious, but its price is higher than the other 2. Is that true? Yes. The 4 answered at the same time. I heard that the salt wells in Shu are not enough, so the price is high. I can't bear to see the people living a hard life eating salt. Therefore, I'm willing to live frugally and take out some money to dig wells in Shu to benefit the people. Li Longji threw out the most important thing. The four looked at each other and saw that something big was going to happen if they lived frugally. Your Majesty, it's not easy to dig salt wells. Even if you throw money in, you might not get out. Yao Chong kindly advised. As long as there is a slight possibility, I'll do everything I can. Li Longji looked as if he was going to risk everything. Chapter 279. For important officials left the hall. 3 of them were worried, while the last one waved his fist. The one waving his fist was Wei Jigu. He could finally do something good for the people in his position in the Ministry of Works. Ever since he got sick and took the imperial physician's medicine, the heavenly world sent him medicine. Wei Jigu decided to help Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi liked the people, and his position in the Ministry of Works was just right. Otherwise, he would not want to see Yao Chong. He used to be the Prime Minister, but because of Yao Chong, he was suddenly promoted to the position of Minister of Works. Wouldn't it be awkward for them to see each other? Fortunately, political figures were thick-skinned, including Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo was about to be punished. He had tried his best to stop Yao Chong before. Yao Chong came up. Zhang Shuo should have been dismissed, but he was still there. Wei Jigu felt that his life was saved. There was nothing to worry about. Even if he was in the Ministry of Works, he could still share His Majesty's burden and do things for the people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he thought of a way. If there was a drought, he would dig a well. If there was no drought, the well would be placed there. It would be convenient to draw water. The Ministry of Works did not dig wells for the people. They dug wells themselves. The imperial court needed to dig wells and recruit the people. The transfer would be used here. The people would either provide labor or money. This year, Wei Jigu worked hard. If you want money, I will fight for the people. He was full of energy. He strode back to the Ministry of Works to make a plan, see how it was done, and how much money it would cost. Zhang Shuo and the other 2 walked slowly. The political affairs hall was close, so there was no hurry. Lu Huaishan lowered his head. He was only in charge of small things and did not care about big things. Zhang Shuo kept shaking his head as he walked. Yao Chong frowned. Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong both had a strong desire for power. As the Prime Minister, it would be strange if they were happy when things were out of their control. His Majesty was obviously hiding something. The person who came up with the idea was playing with a group of beauties in Zhuangzi, in the east of the city. Daoji, do you think His Majesty can find salt wells in Shudi? Could it be that he took over other people's existing salt wells? Yao Chong provided an idea for Zhang Shuo to think about. Yuanji, you should ask Li Yi if Li Yi has the confidence to persuade His Majesty to dig a well in Shu. Will he ask His Majesty to occupy other people's salt wells? Zhang said that he wouldn't fall for it. I wouldn't think that way. I was upset because I couldn't control Li Yi. However, I still believed that when Li Yi made a move, it was absolutely extraordinary. Lu Huaishan couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yi must have a new technology that's better than drilling wells. He's not willing to give it away and wants to take a share of the profits. Yes, it's possible. Zhang Shuo believed that Lu Huaishan was right. Not for the sake of the world, but only for his own personal gain. Li Yi's heart is worthy of death. Yao Chong coldly snorted and said. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shuo ignored him and quickened their pace. Yao Chong helplessly muttered behind them. We recruited so many workers and finally got some gunpowder. Then something happened and Li Yi and Zhuangzi took over. Why can't the others think of a good idea? This won't do. This old man will urge them to dig a well. What if there really is a new way? After muttering to himself, he turned around and didn't return to the government hall. He didn't believe that so many good craftsmen couldn't compare to a young man. You guys are the professionals in construction. That young man's main profession is medicine, and he's written several medical books. Li Yi, who had caused Yao Chong a lot of mental damage, was accompanying his older brother who was charging over on a horse. Fortunately, they were close enough for one horse to charge once. Otherwise, Li Qingqi would have to change horses. The horse didn't complain. It happily drank water, ate grass and stir-fried bean powder. It even added pepper. Brother E, I've contacted the palace. The matter has been confirmed. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, wants to find people to dig wells. Li Qingqi wanted to organize people to work, but the Ministry of Works didn't want them. What should he do? The Ministry of Works doesn't have enough manpower, so they have to find other people. This is a public project of the Tang dynasty, so it needs to be bid. Chong, and use my method to buy things. Bid and look at the quantity, quality, and price. The Ministry of Works should also do the same. Ask someone to give the price, number of wells to dig, time to dig, and maintenance in each area. Li came up with an idea. Once he put his mind to it, he would definitely come up with a complete plan. Yes, yes, yes. Li Qingqi nodded repeatedly. He asked again, and then, Big brother, don't you have 3 craftsman alliances? Others can't compete with you, so you have to act like you're competing with each other. Divide the areas. Let's see who will give up and who will fight in which area. In the end, you can take the opportunity to recruit the people of the eliminated bidding organizations. You have to control the overall situation. Don't let the 3 alliances know that they can cooperate with each other. You have to instruct each area individually who will submit what bidding documents. Li Yi was very experienced in this. He had participated in this before and even cooperated with others to make up the numbers. The purpose of making up the numbers was to let the officials see if there were enough people and compete with each other. In the end, those who failed to compete with each other would give him some benefits. For example, the officials would announce a project and set the number of companies to participate. 4 of them would accompany each other, and each company would give the other 4 companies benefits. Of course, the responsible officials were not stupid, so there would be obstacles. We don't care how you play, but there is a line that cannot be crossed in the end. Okay, I will remember it. Yes, if we don't bid, who knows how His Majesty's money will be spent? What if there are people who are greedy? Li Qingqi planned to go back and tell his 3rd brother that the benefits would be left to his own family. He hoped that the people sent by his 3rd brother would arrive at Shu County quickly without any obstructions. Then he could claim the area first. Li Yi thought for a while and said in a low voice, Big brother, if you win the bid, remember that the 3 alliances will give some benefits to the Ministry of Works. This is the rule. Okay, good rule. Li Qingqi agreed on the surface, but secretly he thought, rules? Brother E, we are the rules. Do you think I will give them money? If they dare to touch us, we will not spare their lives. Especially those who are sent to supervise the lowest level. They will not get any benefits. Li Yi emphasized again. Okay, Li Qingqi agreed. It was impossible to give them money when the time comes. There was braised meat during the meal. After eating, he could bring a few caddies of braised meat back home. Brother E, you are reliable. Li Qingqi praised from the bottom of his heart. With Brother Yi's way of doing things, even if he did not meet him, he would not be bad. Li Yi smiled and did not say anything. Reliable. Haha, that means he has suffered too much. Dongzhu. Songda came over. Dongzhu, the craftsmen have made 3 sets of the dozens of things on your drawings. They said that Dongzhu is a great talent. Songda said with an expression of pride. You flatter me, Li Yi said politely. Then he turned his head and said with a smile, Tell them not to praise me in the future. It can't be helped. I am so outstanding. I have made up for it. Made up for it? Songda did not follow the rhythm. What's the main dish for lunch? Li Yi did not insist and asked about the food. The fire is strong at the beginning of spring. Stewed pork ribs with radish and stir-fried spinach. Tell the farmers that they must eat it. Songda followed the rhythm. Big brother, are you in a hurry to go back or stay for lunch? Li Yi asked when he saw the food was ready. Let's eat. No matter how anxious I am not in a hurry. I can learn from Brother Yi. Li Qingqi still had questions to ask and chose to stay. What's more, where can they go to eat? Chapter 280. During lunch, Li Qingqi drank by himself. Li Yi didn't drink because he had to learn from the cadavers in the afternoon. After spring, the new cadavers wouldn't be in good condition, so they had to cherish the cold weather. Li Qingqi wanted to find a few people from Nankou to drink with him, but no one paid attention to him. Brother Yi, when the Craftsman Alliance succeeds, do you think other people will learn to form alliances in other places and enter Chang and to develop? Li Qingqi took a sip of wine and asked a very deep question. That's why the imperial court will regulate all kinds of alliances in the future. If you want to form an alliance, you have to report it. Whoever forms the alliance and how much money they have will come up with a new set of laws. Li Yi also went deeper. The Craftsman Alliance would naturally be managed by the Ministry of Works. In the future, the Ministry of Works would have more power. The Agriculture Alliance included the farming and farming industries, as well as the fruit and timber industries. The agriculture would naturally belong to the Agriculture Temple. The business tax would be confiscated, but the Craftsman Alliance had existed for a long time and didn't have a separate department to manage it. When the business tax started to be collected, the department would naturally have to be set up. Is it that troublesome? Li Qingqi had never thought of such a problem, but he knew it wasn't easy to increase or decrease the laws. If possible, we have to start now. The people who fix the laws have to observe, ask, and ponder. If the laws don't keep up, there will be chaos. Especially now, the families and local forces, plus the imperial relatives like you, will definitely take the opportunity to fish for a lot of benefits. For example, in Chang, and you control 3 alliances by yourself. They compete with each other and maintain a monopoly. It shouldn't exist. If there's only one alliance in a place, how can the others survive? Li Yi explained his original intention of establishing the 3 alliances, which was to give the craftsmen the right to choose and a chance to survive. The 3 alliances restrained each other. Even if the craftsmen didn't join any alliance, they still had a chance to survive. The 3 alliances formed a tripartite force, who would dare to exploit the craftsmen unless they joined forces. However, the controller didn't allow them to join forces. Whoever dared to propose it would withdraw. Without the law, relative fairness could only be achieved through human actions. Li Qingqi looked at Li Yi in surprise. At this moment, he realized that his brother Yi had already known what would happen. He took a deep breath. Brother Yi, if there are really craftsman alliances from other places coming to Chang and to snatch jobs, what should we do? Strengthen the after-sale service and talk about the after-sale service separately. Tell the people of Chang and that the things made in our alliance will be repaired for free. If an outsider were to find a job, would they be able to guarantee that they would be able to repair it at any time? Do they live in Chang'an? Then annex it. Li Yi was not polite at all. His tone was normal, but his words were full of killing intent. Li Qingqi's murderous aura surged as well. That's right. We won't allow anyone else to come in. We'll poach any alliance that comes in. But what if they have the money to poach our people? There's a contract. Li Yi reminded. He didn't need to say more. Now, even the hired tenants had to be contracted. Moreover, the Yaman's judgment was quite interesting. After signing a contract, for example, for 10 years, and then realizing that they were at a disadvantage, the person who was hired was at a disadvantage, he would sue. When the Yaman judged a case without specific laws and regulations, they would help the person who was at a disadvantage, unless the defendant's social network was too big. That way, they could create a ruckus. Once they create a ruckus, the censorate would find an opportunity to impeach him. Who cares if he was right or not? They would just impeach him first. Li Qingqi had learned a lot from Li Yi and was now displaying his intelligence. Other alliances have signed long-term contracts with the craftsmen. If we increase the benefits of the craftsmen, we can encourage other craftsmen to sue as well. I will put pressure on the Yamen. The other alliances will either give the same benefits, or the contract will be invalid. Li Qingqi felt that it was fine. How could they give out benefits so casually? If they increased the cost, what was the use of an alliance if they couldn't make money? If the other party had an official behind them, that would be even better. They would be impeached. Was it okay for an official to interfere in the economy? Only this prince could do it. Li Qingqi felt that he had learned something. It was good to chat with Brother Yi. Everything could be solved. Brother Yi, do you think I should set up a few alliances for the farmers? Li Qingqi was thinking about a new business deal. Give the authority to the agriculture temple? Big brother, can we hold on? Li Yi was worried. The craftsmen were not managed by the Ministry of Works. The ordnance supervisor and the Ministry of Finance were only in charge of their own craftsmen. The craftsmen outside belonged to the people and were free. Farming was different. How could the farming alliance make money? Collect rent? Why should other people join your alliance? It should be possible to recruit a few more people. Li Qingqi said, "Don't worry about the agriculture temple. It's easy. Usually after the summer and autumn grains are harvested, other than paying the rent, the people will sell the rest of the grains. At that time, the people who collect the grains will have to lower the price. The people have no choice. If they sell the grains at a low price, if they encounter disease, the stored grains will be gone. They can only buy the grains at a high price. The alliance will help them raise the price. The alliance has money and can buy the grains at a high price. It can also be temporarily lent to the people in the alliance. The grains are not allowed to be touched. At the same time, we will research better farming tools and mineral fertilizers for the people in the alliance to use. Others will always be a step behind. We will specially guide the planting of greenhouses in the winter. The sales will be unified. Li Yi explained what the Agriculture Alliance should do. It was to steal the agriculture temple's business. Yes. Li Qingqi raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He rubbed his hands and said, "Brother Yi, you are right. The agriculture temple is incompetent. Let's go and do something. Let's see if they still have any face left." Li Qingqi poured wine for himself. "Big brother, the main thing for now is to do something, not to slap anyone's face," Li Yi advised. Yes, the main thing is to do something and slap their faces. Li Qingqi felt carefree. So what if they bullied the agriculture temple? What can they do to me? Li Qingqi, who found something interesting, drank 100 grams of wine by himself. He wanted to drink more, but Li Yi stopped him. 100 grams of wine would not delay the work. After dinner, Li Qingqi hurried away with a lot of things and drawings. Li Yi slowly walked outside. After digestion, he went back to sit and rest for half an hour and began to study. In the evening, Li Qingqi brought the dishes from Earthly Paradise to Baifu Palace. Li Longji and Empress Wang were there. "Third brother, I got the things. Today, I had dinner with Brother Yi. We talked about the alliance and the new laws. During the dinner, Li Qingqi told everyone about his conversation with Li Yi. He talked about how the Workers' Alliance was reasonable and how the Agriculture Alliance operated. After listening, noble consort Lu said with a look of lingering fear, "Fortunately, that child was in our Tang dynasty. If he was in Khitan, Tubo, Turkic, yes." Li Longji looked at his brother gratefully. If it weren't for his brother, he might not have been able to see Li Yi again. He didn't say that he would kill him with the strength of the whole country if he showed up in other places, because he knew that if Li Yi was in Tubo, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would probably be wiped out by Li Yi's Tubo. It took time for the army to march. Would Li Yi take out the good gunpowder immediately? The military forces of the Tang dynasty didn't know how powerful gunpowder was. If they ran into it, Li Dan said, "Zhuangzi, strengthen the security in the future. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Those who go to the market and buy are limited to one place." He was afraid. Li Yi was not only a great help to the Tang dynasty, but also a great help to his health. The air on a cloudy day was very comfortable. When the weather became warm, he would enjoy more sunshine. He would also go to the hot spring with the imperial concubine. He wanted to live a few more years and see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 281. Empress Wang had been listening with a smile. When she heard that her father-in-law wanted to strengthen the defense, she made a suggestion. Give more sulfur and saltpeter to Uncle. Uncle knows how to make powerful weapons. There are a lot of saltpeter in Sichuan, Chang, and is full of saltpeter in medicine shops or Taoist temples. Exactly, Li Longji agreed. Give it to her. Once the powerful weapons were developed, they could be used in the military of the Tang dynasty. At least the winged knights had to be equipped with them first. At the same time, the weapons were in Zhuangzi. If someone wanted to play tricks, they could still fight back. Tomorrow I'll go to the football field outside the city and try to use the new tools and methods to dig a well. According to the manual, this is only a part of it. If you want to dig a salt well, you'll need a bigger turntable and windmill. With the help of the wind, you'll have to push hard at the same time. The connecting rods will be connected one by one. If they break, there'll be a special tool to grab and buckle them up. Li Qingqi was very excited when he talked about the new equipment. How deep can the well be dug? Noble consort Lu was very curious about the well. The main reason was that the idea was Li Yi's. If it were another craftsman who came up with the idea, she would at most nod or say It was not worth her attention. Brother Yi said that it's easy to dig within 1,000 feet, but difficult after 3,000 feet. Li Qingqi said the number as if he was presenting a treasure. In the Tang dynasty, the wells that were hundreds of feet deep were already considered heaven-defying. People are in danger. Noble consort Lu was still not clear about the new well. It did not need people to dig it. In her impression, a well was dug with a pulley on top. A person would dig into the well and reinforce the surrounding wall as he dug. When digging, the soil would be lifted up by baskets. The soil was hard, so it was easy to dig with some water. It was also easy to collapse the wall. If they did not throw water, how long would it take to dig 1,000 feet? Would the people inside be able to breathe? No one went down. There's only a hole as big as a bamboo tube at the top. The principle is, Li Qingqi began to explain to everyone how a hole as big as a bowl could be dug 1,000 feet deep. After listening to him, noble consort Lu was indeed surprised. There's actually such a miraculous skill in the world. Longji, you've really picked up a treasure. Li Longji smiled and nodded. Yes, I know. Lu Ban is so powerful, but he didn't come up with such a good idea. In order to elevate Li Yi, Li Dan used Lu Ban as an example. Lu Ban is a carpenter. Li Qingqi spoke up for Lu Ban, as if uncle doesn't know how to do carpentry. Empress Wang disagreed. Yes, there's nothing that brother Yi can't do. Li Qingqi did not want to argue with his sister-in-law and quickly replied. Turning his head, he said to Li Longji, We have to occupy this place first. Otherwise, if someone else occupies it, the imperial family won't be able to snatch it away. Don't worry, big brother. Li Longji indicated that he had arranged everything properly. He was the most anxious person. Money. With money, he would have a large number of private soldiers. The private soldiers that were truly under his control would be raised with his own money. Seeing that the Tang dynasty belonged to him, he could mobilize the soldiers, but so could others. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as before. And now, the winged knights did not listen to anyone except him. Even brother Yi could not mobilize them, but they were afraid of brother Yi. He always sent people to check on them, give them things, and write letters back. When the weather warmed up, he would send the winged knights to take turns to visit home or send a convoy to pick up their families to stay in Chang, and for a few days. What is it? Li Dan did not know. Father, it's like this. Li Qingqi started to blabber again. A few thousand coins per day? Li Dan's breathing became rapid. Li Longji looked around and found an oxygen bag. He ran over and took it for his father. Li Qingqi opened the first aid kit next to him and took out the medicine for heart disease. He was ready to feed it to his father and swallow it under his tongue. It's okay. I just heard that there's too much money. Li Dan took in the oxygen and waved his hand. Noble consort Lu also inserted an oxygen bag into her nose. She smiled and said, "You really can't bear to see money. Did you give the young man any benefits?" "Yes. Uncle wants 5%. He only provides the technology and ideas. We will take care of everything else." Empress Wang nodded. She was not surprised. She was used to it. She was just happy that her family was rich. Knowing that there would be a lot of money in the future, the Baifu Palace was filled with a happy atmosphere. On the other side, the craftsmen were eating slowly in the land of hundreds of works. Each of them looked sad. Minister Yao was not satisfied. He said that he wanted to develop a new well drilling method. What new method can there be to drill a well? It's just digging, smelting. The stronger the tool, the faster the digging. A craftsman thought of the key point. Impossible. Smelting is smelting. Drilling is drilling. If smelting is important, why did Minister Yao say to drill a well? Another craftsman disagreed. It's better to make gunpowder. Once it's ignited, it will all be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Say, if we burn something, will we be able to reach the Li family Zhuangzi? I don't dare. If we don't get there, we will be in trouble. I heard that there is meat for every meal there. It's not just hearsay. Now we're eating cucumbers, spinach, celery, and eggplant. They eat that to have good skills. What are we eating? Look at what we are eating. There are salted vegetables and sand in the rice. The craftsman complained. Suddenly, the food tasted even worse. Are you eating or not? If you continue to complain, there won't be any salted vegetables tomorrow. The person in charge of getting food shouted at the craftsman, "Give me a portion." A voice sounded. "Who are you? When we were getting food just now, you. How can you eat this kind of food? There's good food over there." The managers over there, the person in charge of getting food trembled. Yao Chong was back again. He came in the afternoon and left. Dinner was again, "Give me a portion." Yao Chong squinted his eyes and repeated softly. After saying that, he ignored the other party and scooped rice for himself. He put the salted vegetables on the rice and found a place to squat down and eat. The person in charge of getting food ran away to find someone. This matter was too big, and he could not handle it. The craftsmen around were dumbfounded and looked at Yao Chong. Uft! Yao Chong turned his head and spat out a grain of sand. He continued eating, his eyes red. He was not upset that the craftsmen were not eating well. He was just sullen. He had given them the money and said that they would have meat every day. Other than that, they would have to get some salted vegetables and pickled radishes. In the end, the craftsmen were eating this and complaining about him. They were all subordinates. Would Li Yi's people dare to do this? Who would dare to have sand in their food in Zhuangzi's cafeteria? Li Yi did not care about the daily affairs and left it to Songda. He wrote books and thought about new things. As the Prime Minister, his words were useless. You are too greedy. You don't care about me, the Prime Minister. That's right. What can you use to compete with others? What did the craftsmen in Zhuangzi eat? What did they wear? What did they live in? Oh, they also eat salted vegetables for breakfast. They also eat rice for a change of taste. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Yao Chong carried the bowl and turned around to leave. A group of people guarded him. Prime Minister Yao, I know my mistake. Prime Minister Yao, let me go. Don't stop me. Prime Minister Yao, tomorrow, there will be meat tomorrow. Behind Yao Chong, 9 managers in charge of various jobs ran over. They were stopped by the guards and shouted. Yao Chong acted as if he did not hear them and walked away. The craftsmen laughed. The managers and the people in charge of getting food looked at him like he was a dead man. Chapter 282. I heard that there are many corrupt officials in the capital. Now that the Tang dynasty is in its golden age, how can the court be corrupted because of some petty thieves? I ask that we start with the capital and strictly investigate all the officials, so as to correct His Majesty's power in the court. Early the next morning, Yao Chong, who ate sand yesterday, began to ask for people to be dealt with during the morning court. He did not only want to deal with the 9 people. Even if the 9 people were confiscated, what was the use? Yao Chong's words were no longer effective, so he had to kill some people. I second the motion. Zhang Shua followed and looked at Lu Huaishan. I second the motion. Lu Huaishan also supported. The bygone matter was handled by 3 people. As a result, embezzling, the political affairs hall wanted face. Okay. Li Longji expressed his support. Anyway, it was Yao Chong who proposed it. Why didn't you say it before? You ate sand yesterday and felt uncomfortable, right? The other officials did not say anything. Everyone knew what Yao Chong experienced yesterday. Therefore, the rectification movement of the Tang dynasty began before the first month of the 3rd year of Kaiyuan. The yamen runners, deputy county magistrates, county officers, registrars, and other officials of the 2 counties of Chang, and wiped their cold sweat. They were grateful to Li Yi. It was Li Yi who found them jobs to attract investment and get rewards. The money they received was legitimate. Otherwise, they would use their positions to get other benefits, and they would be the ones to be dealt with. Li Dongzhu is a good person. This was the crowd's cry. Dongzhu, the people who bought soy sauce and other things today, said that the place where Yao Chong and the others worked on the bygone matter, there was corruption. Yao Chong went to take a look last night. The craftsman ate salted vegetables and rice with sand. Yao Chong scooped the rice himself, and sure enough, there was sand in it. They started to investigate and arrest people early in the morning. It was scary, and the people who were arrested were unlucky. This time, the bad officials were finally afraid. After selling the things, Song Delay reported the news he heard. Li Yi held the completely healed and lively little fellow who was about to walk on the ground. He nodded when he heard that. One of them has been caught red-handed, and the other is on the wrong side. Otherwise, it would be fine. But this official, if you investigate like this, you won't be able to find anything. When the baby heard Li Yi's voice, he blinked his big eyes and looked over. He thought that Li was talking to him, so he shouted, "Ah, check! The day you burn 100 days will be the day you grasp the weak. I will definitely seize the time to teach you how to say a few words and how to take 2 steps." Li Yi told the child that he was waiting. The child was buried more than 8 months old, and the day he turned 1 year old was also the 100th day of his death. He wanted to raise the child until he was healthy before returning him. When the child was 100 days old, people would be more superstitious, and it would be easier to accept. Of course, there would always be superstitious people. Now, big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, and some other people were also obsessed with him. When it came to treating illnesses, no matter how powerful the medicine was, others would still be able to accept it. This was the era of curses, and the Imperial Physician Department was a serious subject. For example, hospitals, treatment rooms, operating rooms, radiology departments, and so on, plus a spell room. After the patient entered, he would first perform a dance and then stick a talisman on his forehead. This guaranteed that he would be beaten. However, if it was a patient who was still superstitious, he would reveal his identity and say that he was someone's disciple. The other party would believe him, and no one could persuade him otherwise. There were people who believed that injecting disinfectant could cure illnesses. What else was impossible? On the child's 100th day, he told them according to Wang Xing's method. He said that he would punch the king of hell and not fight back, and that he would walk with his feet on the ground. The black and white impermanences' faces were full of tears. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Not convinced. Not convinced. Come to Zhuangzi and let me show you the equipment. Have you seen it before? Are you confused? Are you dumbfounded? Li Yi thought and laughed. He he he. The little guy saw him laughing and felt that there was something funny here, so he laughed as well. Li Yi turned his head and kissed him. The little guy laughed even more happily. Songda thought about what Dongzhu said. Looking at the baby's smile, he suddenly sighed with emotion. Children are so good. They can be happy for a long time because of a little thing. So let more children be happy, and you and I will be happy too. Songda, promote some people. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty must be credited to you and me. Li Yi said to the supervisor. Songda was excited. Got it, Dongzhu. After saying this, he turned around and left in high spirits. Li Yi's words made him change from a sad state to a happy state. Li Yi didn't say, success doesn't depend on me, but success must depend on me. People of the Tang dynasty hoped to be remembered forever. Next to the first new football field of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingqi instructed the craftsman to build a frame. The frame was like a millstone. On the frame were sails and windmills, which rotated parallel to the ground. When the wind blew, it could drive the millstone when it rotated. In this way, it could rotate in any direction of the wind. With the drill and connecting rod, there was no wind. Li Qingqi waved his hand, and the craftsmen understood. Each of them stood at a position and pushed it by themselves. Someone was responsible for watering the hot water. When the ice thawed in spring, the outside melted first, but the inside was still frozen. It was difficult to drill the mud without watering it. Even if they drilled through the frozen soil layer, they still had to water it to soften the mud below, reduce the wear and tear of the round blade file, and speed up the process. There was a heavy weight on it, and the round blade file was always grinding the mud. Seeing the more than 2-meter-long round blade file going down, the craftsmen were surprised. Fast, too fast. It was frozen soil below. How long would it take to dig? As he spun this thing, it began to fall. The wind blew. Everyone spread out and watched the windmill rotate automatically. Perhaps there were no stones in the mud here. In less than half an hour, the whole round blade file went down. Add the connecting rod, someone shouted. Someone above loosened the hoop and brought up a 2-meter-long rod. They continued to drill and couldn't stop watering. It's soft mud here, so it goes down quickly. But it's still amazing. How can a person dig such a big hole? One of the craftsmen said excitedly. His companion next to him shook his head. God, I can't imagine how much the shopkeeper spent to hire the person who figured out this thing. What if this thing is used to drill salt wells in Izhou? A smart person asked. It's confidential. I can't say. The old craftsman warned. Don't think that you're the only one who understands. At this time, those who didn't expect it also understood. That's right, this method was the best for drilling salt brine wells. Li Qingqi listened and pursed his lips, but didn't say anything. This technology was prepared for salt wells. Brother, he hesitated for a long time that day. You spread it outside? After the news is confirmed, you can spread it to Shu County. Shu County has already used this method to drill many salt wells. Oh, natural gas is also fine. Yes, it's called natural gas. Salt brine needs to be boiled, and natural gas can be burned like the methane in a biogas pool. Li Qingqi thought about it as time passed. When it was almost noon, the person who was watering down the connecting rod suddenly shouted, "It's under the water. There's water coming out from below." How can there be water if it's under the water? Li Qingqi didn't understand and turned to ask the person next to him. The water in the well is lower than the ground. Of course there's a fountain. The water coming out of the pipe is the fountain. It turns out that the water is always full. If it goes down, it means that there's nothing below. Either there's a hole below, or it's connected to the water underground. The person next to him explained. So the well is finished? Li Qingqi couldn't believe it. The mud is soft. This is Chang and around the 8 rivers, and the water level is high. If you drill in another place for 2 or 3 days, there might not be water even after 3 to 5 days. the person next to him explained. You know a lot? Li Qingqi asked, puzzled. I'm a craftsman in Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu asked me to come over and take a look, the other person replied. Li Qingqi looked again. Sure enough, the clothes were different.